also Mr. All Electric Car Lunacy. I haven't updated this graphic yet. Good afternoon, good evening, and good day. Good morning to those of you on the West Coast. We're still getting spun up, but let's get started. Let's go on over to our presentation view. I'll add in the window capture. Make sure we get the right one. Then we'll have to resize it. And you can see why I got distracted with opening the browser. All right, not that one. Definitely not that one. Nope. Interesting. It might be the one titled New Tab, even though it shouldn't be. Oh, there it is. There we go. Let's resize this thing. Ooh, spot on. Oh, that was just dragging it around. Too far. Okay, oh, the title of the show is wrong. Let's fix that. I am super tired, even though I got a full night's sleep. There we go. Then we're going to open up a projector so that I can see you guys. Well, I can see what you guys see of the show. And then we'll make sure the audio is working on YouTube, because if it's working there, then we're good. And then we'll continue on. Okay, there's our projector. I'll put that up on the main screen there. And let's do an audio check. Check audio. It is working. Okay, perfect. All right, so this morning we've got a full, this afternoon, today, this show, we've got a full complement of articles that we're going to look into, comment on, and discuss. So first person in the chat, shoot me a message so we know that the chat is working, and then we will get started on, like I said, the first two here are just in the browser when I opened it. So let's see what they've got. Scientists convert waste from solar panels into advanced battery technology, and it could solve major issues with clean energy. Oh, you say? What are these major issues? Let's see, create high power lithium ion batteries. Okay, they do use similar materials. According to Interesting Energy, solar panels have been an excellent way to move away from dirty energy. This is true. Lower utility bills. Bioenergy and bioprocess technology. I'm curious what that has to do with it. I don't believe that it's organic chemistry that works with a lithium ion battery, except for if there's any carbon in there. Recycling, low cost. Okay, so anodes. Okay, there we go. So they're going to recycle them into anodes. And cathodes. They don't say that. Tell you what a cathode is, but all right, that one I have to look deeper into to see if it is what they say. Let's move on. This one, once you have heard what's going on in the news with GM and Ford, I didn't include that in this week's show because it was kind of a downer. It's an interesting one because GM and Ford are talking more and more hybrids, stepping back. So Ford, I don't know if they canceled or delayed a 3-row SUV EV, but they didn't say they're not making their trucks or anything. So their low cost EV is supposed to be a pickup truck, allegedly. Let's take a look at this. Ford unveils revolutionary plan to build the most efficient EV platform to date. Here's why it matters. This could still be the same truck. It sounds like it so far. Ford's cooking up in their Skunkworks apartment low-cost EV platform that could make owning an EV simple. Set to debut in 2026, this platform aims to build affordable EVs to the masses, potentially reviving beloved nameplates like the Fiesta and Focus for the electric car era. Oh my goodness, Patrick and I were joking about, I think Brian too, we're joking about the way they kept bringing up their small economy cars nameplates and then flipping them over into EV SUVs. And those were ones that we joked about with the Focus and the Fiesta. That would be hilarious if one of those becomes the EV truck for the masses. Okay, so that's about what we were talking about. Let's continue on with uh, what we actually have planned for the day. So the first one is a tweet by me, but I did it from the phone because it just says x/g custom. Oh, yeah, there was a Tesla semi fire in I believe it's in California, might have been Nevada. There was a crash, and then the semi caught fire. So I responded that this is like 9 Model S's going up in series, or all at once, or somewhere in between, because we're looking at about 900 kilowatt hour battery pack. And so Mark had reposted this from Drive Tesla Canada, and there's the husk of the Tesla Semi. Let's get some more details. Uh, Also, they didn't call out Tesla Semi. They just said big rig fire shuts down I-80. So there's progress. Uh, what's up, Anders? Good to see you. And so yeah, so it was definitely California. No injuries were reported. The semi did catch fire after. This particular article doesn't say. Well, yes, it does. So the crash first, fire next. The first version of this article I saw, uh, they didn't talk like the semi spontaneously combusted, but they just left out the whole part about what happened before. Thankfully, no injuries. The driver got out okay, and a little history of the Tesla Semi. The first Tesla Semi crash has been reported, according to local media. Tesla Semi veered off the highway near Lang Road, off ramp on Interstate 80, the I-80. Or no, it wouldn't be the I-80. It'd be the 80, I believe. Anyway, Northern California, but it's in Northern California, so that it wouldn't be Southern California. It'd be the I-80. Northern California at 3:15 a.m. on Monday morning. California Highway Patrol says that the semi was the only vehicle involved and that the driver was not injured. Uh, Shortly after this hit, folks were talking about if the Tesla had auto steer, this would not have been what we saw. Maybe. I don't know. Wait for more details. But we've got an article towards the end of the show about the Tesla Semi, and let's call it the auto steer they were talking about. But let's get further into that at the end of the show. Authorities created a half-mile buffer zone and shut down a section of the highway to battle the fire, which, as of 9 a.m., was still smoldering, according to CHP officer Jason Lyman. While we're talking about EV fires, in the Rivian outbound lot, there were about a handful of vehicles that caught fire as well. We don't know anything more about that, but if you heard anything about fire at the Rivian plant, it was not in the plant. It was some vehicles in the outbound lot. So hopefully their insurance is good and they figure out what caused it and make sure it doesn't happen again. Even if there's speculation it could be arson. So even if it is arson, maybe beef up the security. If it is the vehicles, figure out what you did wrong and stop doing that. um, the reason I say it that way is because generally vehicles just sitting there don't do anything unless something's happened to them, be it rodent damage or incorrect manufacture or something to that effect. Like talking like intact, in this case new. Uh, Obviously, if the vehicle's been in a wreck and you park it, it could catch fire later, as we saw with the initial Chevy Volt crash tests, where they tested them out of compliance with the test and then rolled them over for like a day, and then set them out in the junkyard for about 3 days, and they would ignite because they were like I said, they were testing them out of procedure. They had a full battery. They were tested too fast, and then after they put them out, they didn't discharge the battery. They just left it full. And footage from the scene above shows the cab of the semi had been completely destroyed from the fire, and the cause of the crash has not been determined. But CHP says that the semi did not have a trailer attached at the time of the crash. It is unclear if the semi belonged to Tesla, PepsiCo, or one of the other testing partners. Here's some aerial footage of the aftermath of the crash. Mm. So it's just what's left of it. Of course, with that much battery, I'd imagine you could ensure some complete combustion. I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm glad that the first one didn't involve any loss of life or other property or any injuries at all at that point. Although looking at this, I'm wondering how he got off the road. Let's take back. Okay, so there was no shoulder on that side, or barricade on that side. All right, let's move on to the next one. It's interesting the articles they pick for me while I'm scrolling down towards their comments. Usually a couple of years old, but yet they have multiple stories every day. I am curious what that is, but I don't know that I want to get into it right now because some of the comment chains I get involved in are mind numbing. It'll be about EVs, I promise you that. But GM plans to get over 1,000 jobs at its software division, aims to simplify the organization. So this one, I kind of wanted to bring up in terms of we saw what happened with Volkswagen partnering with Rivian. This could be a chance for GM to have somebody else do their software. They aren't the best at it. They do okay, but they could benefit from somebody who's good at software doing their software. It's not just their EVs either. This is all their cars. Let's see. Changes are the result of a thoughtful effort to simplify our organization, so we are optimized for speed and excellence. Executives wrote in the memo dated August 19th. Let's see. The Warren facility has over 21,000 workers in total, and laid off employees will be offered severance in accordance with how long they've been at the facility. Okay. And Jen's bold vision of the future. We must make bold choices. Blah blah blah. So this is just, as far as I can tell, more cutting. Everybody in the industry has been cutting. Let's see what these comments are like. Thankfully, software's been a strength of GM, particularly in the areas of EVs. So yeah, these 1,000 jobs won't be missed. All right, like I said, they could probably use it, or they could grab a partnership with Tesla, Rivian, somebody who does decent software. To be honest, they weren't helping much either. Took me a third of a second to realize your point, and then laughed. Like I read it as serious first. All right, give me back my mouse. I didn't want to see who was negative anyway. There you go. That's all I had to say about that. Let's move on. Uh, we talked about this one already. The royal family could install 27 EV chargers at Buckingham Palace. British King wants to electrify the entire royal fleet. That one was kind of interesting. Let's see. Up to 27 EV chargers could be installed there, and that's pretty darn cool. Uh, King Charles is already the first British royal to drive an electric car, namely the EV400 HSE Jaguar I-Pace. Okay, so if you hadn't called it the Jaguar I-Pace, I would not have known what the heck the EV400 HSE is. I was about to look it up, but yeah, the I-Pace. He's always been kind of a driver, so that's kind of interesting. After trialing the EV chargers for a few years, Royal House intends to take a step forward and shift their entire fleet from petrol to electric vehicles. The letter states this proposal not only aims to address the reduction of carbon footprint at Buckingham Palace grounds, but also, as well, aims to support the needs of visitors, staff, and local residents. It's kind of cool. So if you've got business with them and you drive an EV, you have a place to charge when you get there, potentially. I guess it depends on how close you're allowed to park and what your job is. But it kind of goes hand in hand with they took the black cabs and made them plug-in hybrids, decent range of EV charging. So that's pretty cool. Meanwhile, you've got an entire political party in this country that's anti-EV. All right, so Brian says if you see Tesla hit with 9% tariff on China imports and think it's anything other than amazing news, you're either so dumb you risk drowning in the light rain, or so dishonest you'd rob your own grandmother. It was originally 20 to 30%, like it is for other companies. So uh, this fella here says breaking: EU plans to hit Tesla with a 9% tariff imported from China. Uh, Time to raise prices again, and time to for sales to suffer. More and more countries are punishing Tesla for Elon's abusive cyberbullying. Uh, I mean, a little bit of that, but not the way that he said it. Uh, it came down for like 30 plus percent. Like I think like 34% is what some of them were getting charged. Down to 9. Tesla was already on the lower end of that spectrum because of the way that they were handling the processes over at Giga Shanghai for export into Europe, and they and others got some adjustments made, and theirs is down to 9%, which I believe is the lowest. Coming up next, we've got another one to talk about. Futurama King asks, "Why is this good news? Because Tesla can handle it better than the potential competition." Um, and Brian says it won't kill the Model 3. That is a good question. How did Tesla negotiate a better rate, and why did the EU agree? Well, not just them, as we're about to talk about. There's no negotiation. It's based on how much support you get from the Chinese government. Many are state-owned. This is true. So many of them are either that joint venture thing or they straight up are owned by the Communist Party. Um, and they get the highest rate. Many are partnership, or most are partnerships, so they get the intermediary rate. Tesla's 100% non-Chinese, and rather than subsidies, they pay a fortune in taxes. That makes sense. Thanks, Ryan. uh, but the truth would not have gotten the clicks. This is true. So true. He's right, you know. uh, just an engagement farmer. He counts on Tesla fans and Tesla detractors to get into fights in his comments so he can get paid. We talk about media literacy all the time, especially when we talk with our friend Georgia. Uh, this is why I screen capture instead of reposting. He gets nothing from me. This is a good point, though. If you find somebody who is trying to ruffle feathers in your subjects of interest, like EVs or politics or uh, whatever your hobbies are or what you do, and you know they're doing it just for engagement, just take a screenshot and talk about it there. Because if you get into it, then just like he said, they get paid and they don't really care about the truth. Let's see. Did you know? Do you know if this 9% is on top of the original 10% flat tariff? And he said, yes, it is. It's almost double the existing tariff. Interesting. I'm trying to find any information whatsoever about the decision the UK government will take on Chinese EV tariffs, but there's been absolutely zero information to the public. UK is a little busy with other stuff right now. Let's not forget that cars made in Germany will be exempt, and the UK, which is the second largest market in this part of the world, is not in the EU anymore. Also, that. But like Brian said earlier in the thread, this will help the Model 3 because for Model Ys going into that zone, just pop them out of Giga Berlin, and you don't have to worry about it. So let's see if I put that next one in the right spot. I might have. I'm kind of smart like that sometimes. I am smart like that sometimes, but we got another post from Brian in here. It's probably one of his replies. He says, "Well, this is an unexpected delight." Somebody who phrased it a little more better than the first guy he put. So you see here, he put a link to the person. Tesla gets the lowest tariffs on vehicles imported from China to the EU of all automakers. Tesla will, in the future, only have to pay 9% duty on every vehicle it imports from to the EU from China instead of 20%. The EU Commission announced on in Brussels on Tuesday. Okay, so 9% additional on top of the 10% flat, whereas right now it's 20% for everybody plus 10%. So you get your 30%. So they'll be at 19% for Model 3, and we'll see what happens in the next article I bring up. That gives the company by far the most favorable customs tariff of all the manufacturers. All other car manufacturers that produce in China will have to pay at least 21.3% duty on their imports into the EU in the future. This includes German manufacturers of BMW, Mercedes, and VW. Can you imagine? You're local, like just native local, and you have to pay the China import tax. There's got to be some egg on the face. According to the commission, Tesla tariff is lower because the company does not have a joint venture with a Chinese company and builds its cars independently from China, or in China. Therefore, it receives fewer subsidies, explained an EU official. Yeah, those others all have the joint 50-50, 49-51 situation going on. The average tariff. Yes, sweetie. You do what? Uh, the average tariff for the other manufacturers, on the other hand, was increased slightly from 20.8% to 21.3%. The officials explained that a miscalculation had been made in the original calculation and that the average custom tariffs for all other manufacturers had been increased slightly from 20.8 to 21.3. The officials explained that a miscalculation had been made in the original calculation. Bad edit? You repeated yourself correctly. VW, as an example, has three partners in China and has to pay a different but high tariff. In the future, the maximum rate of 36.3% will apply to the joint production with the SAIC and 21.3% with the other two ventures, FAW and JAC. The tariff will only come into force once the EU Commission has published its final decision. This must happen by 30th of October, and manufacturers can raise further objections until then. Talks are also underway with the Chinese government to avert the tariffs, which will only come into force once the Commission has published its final decision. Danger butt. Oh, she's playing with those. By October 30th. Until then, they can raise further objections. Talks are also underway with the Chinese government to avert the tariffs. If implemented, the new tariffs are a massive competitive advantage for Tesla in Europe. That's the old 10% plus another 9%, right? 9% on top of the already in place 10%. So a total of 19% for Tesla. So you got a general tariff, and then you got the EV tariff. So 10% for everything from China, and 9% for being an EV. There you go. So that brings us to the next article, which is the EU lowers the tariffs for VW's China-made. What? Open. Open. Oh, you want to put a slap bracelet on Daddy? Open. Okay. Well, you gotta do it the other way, baby. You can't do long. You gotta do short. Yeah, short. Short, not long. Oops. So, like this. Okay, okay. Hell. Oh, you got baby. Yeah, my arm? Baby arm, I can do that. You good? Okay, say hi. Say hi. There you go. All right, so we're talking about the EU is lowering the tariffs on the VW made Cupra Taviscan in China. So this car right here, it was 37.6%, but now it's getting dropped to 21.3% because because they did something right with the mix. Apparently, like they are taking less tariff or less help from the Chinese government or something. Let's take a look. So this one, it gets a slight reduction to 21.3% from 37.6. It was not included in the commission's sample when it initiated a probe on EV imports from China. So this is got to be part of their recalculation they were talking about in the other article. It wasn't included when it initiated the probe, and the commission's initial provisional tariffs on China EV imports range from 17.3 to 37.6%. You want your headphones? No. No? Okay. I want to. Yeah, good job, baby. So, what? Yeah, they're on. Look, your volume's up and everything. You're on 10 volume. Oh, it's falling off the back of your head? There you go. Okay, so. Oh, it fell off? You gotta get over your braid there. There you go. Now it won't fall. Okay, so on the August 20th, they reduced the rates. Right. With the maximum now being 36.3%. BYD, Geely, and SAIC, which received individual rates, were assigned reduced duties. Why? That's all I'm here for is the why. I get. Hmm? Yeah, this paper. They gotta pay less paper. These are on top of the 10%. So at least it's the only article to mention that in the first part. At maximum, you'll have 46.3%, including the 10%. My favorite. My favorite. Favorite. They're mine. They're my baby. There. There, yeah. I see favorite. You see princess? Yeah. Okay. Well, Amazon's trying to sell us princesses. We're not gonna give Amazon anything for that. I see football. Basketball? Yeah, I see basketball. Basketball and hockey and football and baseball. Baseball? Yeah, baseball. So Baby. We're talking about the news. Right, but we're not singing. We're just talking. So the next one. So it doesn't exactly say what happened for them to get the reduction, but since Tesla got the recalculation, that's all we can assume what happened there. You're making your own version of Wheels on the Bus? Yeah, I hear you. Okay, but a little lower. All right. So next up, we've done VW, we've done Tesla. Uh, where is my cursor? There it is. Cheers. Cheers. So let's stay on China for a little bit. Let's talk about cash for clunkers. China's got one. And the government announced that they last month they would be doubling the trade-in. Baby, baby. Let's talk about the news. No, ma'am. We're here to talk to our friends. No. Yeah, but that's not helping Daddy. That's slowing Daddy down. Daddy, home. Yeah, we already finished that movie. Will we have more? They will send more. Yeah. After we put it in the mail. I'm done. You're done? Okay, take off your headphones. Okay, you want down? No, you don't want down. You just don't listen. Uh-huh. What's that? So, the government announced last month that it would double the trade-in subsidies to 20,000 won, which would be okay. Binoculars, which would be 2760 US dollars. Uh, if you scrap an older or high emissions car and replace it with an EV. So let's see what kind of your bright eyes. What with your eyes? Yeah, you have brown eyes. Yeah, you had blue eyes when you were born. They turn brown in about a month. You turn on blue lights? Okay. Okay, bye bye. So, let's take a look at these comments right here. 'Cause the thing about it was the cash for clunkers. What I wanted to discuss with that was um, it has an effect. I was selling cars during the original cash for clunkers here in the States, and it was very effective. We sold a lot of cars, destroyed a lot of cars, had them all hauled off for metal scrap. And since China's a lot more into the EVs than we were into the hybrids back then, I have a feeling it'll be a success. It's an aggressive move to inspire others to accelerate the EV transition. I think that it will significantly help mitigate pollution levels and reduce dependency on oil imports. This is true. All other governments should follow China's lead. Well, should get back on it. You mean? Because a lot of them did cash for clunkers after we did and had success. The only downside to cash for clunkers is if you're not targeting the old cars correctly, it could raise the prices of your used cars because it takes a lot of cars that would be available for lower income people and removes them from the equation. And since this is a car centric nation, it means that now everybody's competing for what's left of the used cars. And they already were more expensive because they could pass emissions tests and that sort of thing, and now you've got more people for less cars, and so supply and demand, the prices of those used cars that remain goes up, and you just have to be delicate in how you handle it. Uh, right now, if we were to pull it in, we've got the incentive on used EVs, so that would help offset that effect a little bit here. But it did get the dirtiest cars off of the road. Some of the stuff that we took in was wow. Mark was telling us, not Mark, sorry, Paul. Paul was telling us on the Tesla Life show about the cash for clunkers that Colorado is running right now, and they are pretty cool about it. Like, I think you have to have the car for like 2 weeks at a minimum to be able to qualify, and not that they have a time limit on it, but you have to have the paper on the car, which takes about 2 weeks. So it can be a nice little coupon if you can, if you're, in the income brackets that count, and you can swing a clunker car. You can give somebody $500 for the trash car, bring it in, well, get it paperwork, bring it in, and then you get yourself a nice $2,000 coupon or whatever the number was, uh, for just a little bit of extra effort. Not a bad deal. I don't believe that the national one was quite so nice as far as how quickly you could turn it around if you could swing something like that. Let's do we want to get into the article? I think this is the only Bloomberg I got this week, so we should be able to swing it. See if they give us any details on it. Cranking up the heat. The government announced last month it would double the trade-in subsidies, first introduced in April, in a bid to boost demand for the cars after sales growth slowed in the first half of the year. Under the increased incentives, consumers can receive 20,000 won, or 2760, to scrap an old higher emission car and replace it with an EV, of 15,000 won toward trade-ins of a more fuel-efficient gasoline car. So that's pretty cool right there. So uh, that one you don't have to destroy them. You just incentivize people to get some more efficient cars in the market. That way, as those people do their cycling, uh, then there's going to be an EV or new energy vehicle, plug-in hybrid, no non-hybrid, regular hybrid, um, in a couple of years when that person's done with the car. Okay. They initially budgeted 11.2 billion won for trade-ins, allowing enough support to replace up to 1.6 million EV vehicles with more efficient gasoline cars, or 1.1 million with the EVs. Okay. This funding total has not been disclosed. BNEF assumes that the targeted number of replaced vehicles will remain similar, with higher subsidies potentially spurring up to 2 million car sales. That's pretty cool. So, still roughly 1.1 million EVs, but possibly more. Worth around 26 billion in revenue. Chart. Cars eligible for scrappage. 16. 0.8 is what? 16 is ICE. 0.8 is EVs. Zero total. That doesn't make any sense. How do you have a EV that's part of cash for clunkers? That is interesting. Target for scrappage 3.8. Maximum new ICE sales under funding 1.6. And maximum new EV sales under available funding is 1.1 million. I'm curious why an EV would be eligible for scrappage. The increased uptake would be a welcome relief for Chinese EV makers who've been battered by a prolonged price war and facing increasing hostility abroad, with the U.S. and European unions imposing punitive tariffs. Well, I guess if the goal is to just move new cars, than you would want people to be able to turn in an old EV. And I'm assuming that we're talking stuff like the old Zebras and the other, early 2000s, 2010s. Just get them replaced with a newer, safer car, perhaps. I'm not sure why an EV would be part of the deal, like an old EV. And then they're talking about the tariffs. Potential market for scrapped vehicles in China is significant. Oh yeah, you can go mining the metals without having to get new metals again to melt them down. That makes sense. Okay, let's go on to the next thing. Check the multi-stream again real quick because it doesn't flash or anything. Ah, yes, there we go. So Robert says, I've seen more Teslas and other EVs today in Wrexham and Chester City. Showing new Model 3 and glowing up quick. Excellent. And so why doesn't it show on the screen? I will have to work on these comments some more, but first I need to get Mr. All Electric Car Lunacy on the banners. Next up, Tesla is hiring workers for $48 an hour to train to wear their motion capture suits to train Optimus. Tesla is hiring data collection operators to train Optimus robots. The job involves wearing motion capture suits and VR headsets to simulate robot movements. The role, data collection observer, requires workers to be between 5'7" and 5'11" tall and be able to walk for over 7 hours a day. Sounds like a lot of walking. And I guess that the height would be so that when they throw the data into Dojo, they don't have to do any height compensation. I'm curious if they will do limb compensation because everybody's arms are different lengths, and same with the legs. Excuse me, unless that range is enough that they won't have to worry about it. Uh, I'm wondering if you had a shorter Michael Phelps person with a long wingspan, but they meet the height, if that would how that would go. Let's see. I guess that's still not all that many. So I guess it's not all that many people and not that big difference. The robots are expected to be in production for internal use by next year. That's what Elon told us at the last call, and available for sale by 26. Elon's is optimistic about Optimus, predicting it could drive the company's valuation to 25 trillion. We'll see. Some of the comments I saw on this, were they in the thread or were they elsewhere? Let's take a look. Here's a link over to Fortune. And the job application has been up for a long time already, right? I want to say almost half a year. Is this the case of the media finally catching up to that fact? Or is this something new here? It's a good question. Yeah, they have the same job postings. The regs were only removed for a short time when Tesla did major layoffs this year. The requirements. So that's what's new, is the requirements for you to be Optimus' size are back. Do we have any clue on the number of people hired so far for this role? Great to have this on your CV to show the robots when the apocalypse comes. Uh, in addition to saying, "Oh yeah, I say please and thank you to the robots," but I helped make it so you could walk. Do you think they would spare your life? Oh, yes, baby. Yes, baby. Oh, you put plastic toast and plastic cinnamon buns in the magnetic fridge picture holders. Cheers. Oh, you dropped it. Yeah, I have to do it last. Bless you. Had to do it last time. How did you do it last time? Yeah, you opened it, and then what happened? Open. Oops. Your cookie doesn't want to stay in there. Here, I'll do it for you. There you go. You're welcome. Cheers. Thank you. So, these aren't the comments I saw. My wild prediction: mocap suit to train the robot. I was predicting they might showcase some mocap on AI Day 2. Yeah, yeah, he did. Look at you. I don't know. It makes sense. It's built on our frame, so why not use our frame to train it? It's logical. Tesla produced a record number of Powerwalls in a single shift at its Gigafactory Nevada this week. Let's take a look. Close these tweets. Let's see. So, in a post on the Tesla Energy X account on Tuesday, the company announced that Giga Nevada produced over 500 Powerwall units in a single shift. That's pretty darn good. Making a new production record for the home energy storage devices. The news comes as Tesla's energy division continues to set deployment records months after the company debuted a next generation version of Powerwall. So, they're talking about Powerwall 3. It's easier to build, easier to deploy. It's better all around with the performance, charging, discharging. It's got solar built in, so you don't have to have a little hat on top. And if you're getting a new system or an expanded system plus batteries, then you can hook your solar directly into the Powerwall 3 and save labor and time. It also comes after Tesla surpassed 600,000 Powerwall installations in February. And here we can see some of the Powerwall 3s still, I guess the line is stopped for them to take the picture. Some of the Powerwall 3 is still in production. And one thing I thought was pretty cool about the video they showed us is we learned that they are prismatic cells and lithium iron phosphates. Because on the side of the label it just says lithium, which could be anything. And that was kind of cool to see. I think I've got the video, or we already looked at the video. I don't know. If the video was this week, then it's in the news. If it's not, then we already looked at it, didn't we? However, Tesla's energy program has been deploying equipment at increasingly quick rates, with the company setting multiple delivery and production records this year, which is something that we were seeing in the analysts. They were actually finally starting to give credit for Tesla Energy to their valuations on the company. Some recaps. Following the Powerwall 3 launch in February, Tesla began rolling out the next-gen home battery to additional countries the last few months, including Canada and UK and Germany. So last week we were seeing... So yeah, we probably looked at it last week. We were seeing... Or the week before, we were seeing training events in UK for deploying Powerwall 3. It's also able to withstand elements. Tesla in March highlighted this in an advertisement in which it submerged the unit in over 2 feet of water inside a fish tank. I think you can go like almost halfway up the unit in water before it becomes an issue. What do they say, 1 meter? I think a meter. Which is excessive, but depending on where you live, that might be necessary. Last month, Tesla highlighted one customer experience with the last generation of Powerwall 2, in which a customer saved 94% of their electric bills within a month of installing multiple units. Pretty darn cool. Then there was an article, Tesla even tweeted on this. Tesla Powerwall makes sure raves in Bangkok club go uninterrupted. Uh, I didn't bring that one in. I guess I could have. Live in Oz and I've had a Powerwall for 12 months. At the end of 12 months period, the account is $1,000 in credit. Prior to panels and battery, electric costs were $2,000 per annum. Wow. So you reversed it because you were at 2,000 negative and now you're at 1,000 positive. System was 20,000 equals payback in approximately 7 years. Who wouldn't go this way? Plus, who doesn't want to not sit in the dark? And the heat. It's hot down there. Uh, Two of those are mine. Just ordered 2 Powerwall 3s to augment my other 3 Powerwall 2s. All these will be juiced by my expanded 20.6 kilowatt solar system. Every kilowatt of solar power stored and used overnight is a kilogram of CO2 not added to the atmosphere by the grid, and of course, not going to your utility company. Pretty nice. About a third of a kilo, actually. 0.852, actually, but I rounded up. In 2021, 125 million homes in the US consumed 19 billion kilowatt hours of electricity, according to the EIA. 2022A, on average, each home consumed 154 kilowatt hours of, so 1.21 megawatt hours of electricity. And EIA, the national, I like that this guy's citing his sources. National average carbon dioxide output for rate for electricity and generated in 2021 was 852.3 pounds of CO2 per megawatt hour. So yeah. So each home was putting out almost a ton, half a ton of CO2, which translates into about 919 pounds of CO2 per megawatt hour delivered for delivered electricity, assuming transmission and distribution losses of 7.3%. Okay. Not sure if they operate multiple shifts. 500 is a maximum so far. That would be 120,000 units a year with one shift. That's pretty darn cool too. Because the more of them they can make, the price should go down, right? Previously, I heard 70,000 capacity. Huge increase. Congrats on terrific progress. Still only single phase, so useless for 80% of Europe. Just get 3 of them. But that is super expensive. I'm sure that they can do something we saw with Powerwall 1, since these Powerwall 3s are pretty much DC internally. They can probably add on the 2 extra phases with like an add-on box and not increase the price too much. So sort of like the Powerwall Plus we had here, the Powerwall 2 with the hat. They can possibly handle the extra phases with something like that without changing the design up or adding too much to the cost. And they are super expensive. Europe, we need small, cheap batteries with single phase and a bigger one with 3 phase. Oh, that's another way to do it. You could put a bunch of small ones and you have a bigger one that handles all the phases. Houses are usually a lot smaller and consume less electricity, and the need for islanding is not very important, as most parts have an incredibly resilient power grid. That is true. A lot of the power grids in Europe are better than the rest of the world, as far as reliability is concerned. A few kilowatt hours of storage would increase self-consumption of solar tremendously. EU faced huge electricity costs due to shortages. Had those prices not, the desired impact would be slowing down consumer energy use. The next step would have been, yeah, that's true. So if they weren't sky high prices, they would have just turned off the power like they do around here. It's dangerous to think that just because we haven't had power cuts in nearly 50 years, that they'll never happen again. Practical. How about you, Anders? How is the power up there? Is it pretty reliable? And Robert, I know yours is expensive. Uh, I'm assuming it's also been pretty reliable based on the areas they're arguing about. Uh, Dai, so that EG4 uses them here. Dai, I don't know their US name, but it's a all-in-one inverter like the Powerwall, but minus the battery. 3-phase operating without issue with 60 kilowatt hours of lithium iron phosphate, $15,000 system price overall. Also have a Tesla, but Powerwall is still not a cost-effective product. Battery prices have fallen a lot, and the die costs $1,500, so I can buy a spare ones. Yeah, too expensive for me. DIY stuff has gotten cheaper lately. That's if you are comfortable doing it, then depending on if you need an electrician to inspect your connection or um, it's not turnkey. So there is that, but I respect them both. They both work. We need these in Scandinavia. Please start selling in Scandinavia three-phase. That's a good question right there. Then, will the Swedish unions block this? Uh, Maybe they might. They'd surely try, but in the long run, they'll lose. Members of the unions are leaving since 2010. Mafia bosses are getting rich while the members' money. Yeah, if they would make it cheaper, they would sell more of them. But it's an awesome product. Uh, okay, so moving on to the next thing, because those comments will start to degrade into name calling and such. Update: Tesla has changed the name of the 3-year bundle with FSD Unlimited and supercharging and premium connectivity to the Drive Anywhere package. So, two things. Uh, we discussed that they had a all-in-one package where you could get for 3 years unlimited free supercharging, um, the premium internet connectivity, and FSD for 3 years. And they also added, they renamed it to the Drive Anywhere bundle, and then they also added an option where you can purchase FSD. That's in the next tweet, I think. First time ever, a 3-year bundle for Model S and X in Canada for $5,000. New configurable option includes 3 years of FSD, supercharging, and premium connectivity. So this is still the Drive Anywhere package we're talking about. Ride Anywhere package coming soon. They should offer it for current customers. All right, so I wouldn't be able to use that. My card got all of this. Well, that would be a nice deal if they offered it to regular customers who already have the cars. So this is the Drive Anywhere package, and then immediately after that, we've got this other one where if you are afraid of the price going up of FSD subscriptions, because it hasn't done it yet, but it can. You can, if you purchase FSD outright, you're like, give me FSD. You can then purchase the Drive Anywhere package, reduces down to $2,000 for unlimited supercharging for 3 years and the premium internet connectivity for 3 years as well. And that's kind of a good deal. The supercharging for life that was on the original cars and all the way up until my car was built, it was valued at about $2,000. If you looked at the cars that didn't qualify and the cars that did, it came out to be about $2,000. So there it is. You get FSD and then you get that price. Except it's not for life anymore. It's now just for 3 years. But a lot of the Tesla customers were rolling their cars at the 3-year mark anyway. So that's a decent deal if you drive a lot. If you don't drive a lot, or if you don't if you don't have home charging. If you have home charging and you don't drive a lot, maybe not. But I don't know. I would make use of this if I bought another one right now. But right now it's the S and the X that qualify for this. Premium connectivity, $99 a year. That means you're effectively paying $300 for the premium connectivity and $1,700 for supercharging over 3 years. You need to supercharge at least $47 worth per month to make this package worth it. Some people do. Like I said, if you don't have home charging or if you take a lot of trips, you can easily get to $47 worth of supercharging. I get 55, but close enough. $2,000 by 36 equals 55. You need to subtract the $300 a month of premium connectivity. Convincing a normal BMW 5 Series salesman with this offer should be a no-brainer. Is the take rate that low? That's a good question. I don't take it that the take rate is low, that they're trying to get you to get all of them, because uh, we have friends that only buy one of the things. So Tesla wants you to buy all of the things. So if you put them in a bundle, then even if they don't use all the things, they then bought all of the things. I am going to try something next week after I get the banner updated with Mr. All Electric Car Lunacy. I am going to see if I can't figure out how to stream from this computer to the one in the corner here at a higher quality. Because right now this computer is kind of like, it doesn't like me when I do the streaming, but I'm wondering if I could stream at a higher quality, because YouTube is complaining that the quality is not what they want me to send them. Let's see. Should make it indefinite. Yes, right there, because then it would match what people are used to. Us old, oh geez, us old customers. Should make it indefinite free charging and data, as they sell only a few S and X a year combined for 3 and Y. Yes. Yes. Good. Bits. View. FSD. Unlimited connectivity. Supercharging for life. Get another. It might. How about the hardware 3 people who paid 15,000 years ago? Thankfully, I'm not in that group. I bought when it was only going up, and then it went down for months. But then it went up a lot. It went from what I paid to 12, then it went from 12 to 15, then I think it went back down to 12, and then 8. I think we're sitting at 8 today, which is somewhere near what I paid. I probably either paid 8 or 7 for it, because back when I bought it, it was in a package. You could get EAP, and then you could get FSD, and so you had to get both to get FSD. It should be noted that this cannot be used for commercial purposes, which means if you're Uber, Lyft, or Robotaxi, you cannot. We don't know about Robotaxi. Tesla might not exclude that. But if you're Lyft or Uber, or using it for work, or registered it in a company name, then they will take back. If you read the disclaimers, they will take back your supercharging for life and leave you with the internet and FSD, depending on which of those 2 packages you got. If you bought FSD, you already have it. But if you do the Drive Anywhere monthly, Drive Anywhere 3-year package for all of them, then and then they figure out that you're a commercial driver, they will remove the supercharging and turn you back to paid supercharging and leave you with internet and an FSD. But that also changes the equation a little bit. At that point, it might be cheaper to buy them separately if you're just getting the 2 things. That's the whole point of a bundle, is to get everything at a lower price, not most of it at the same price. I bet they'll start making FSD standard on S and X with the price increase. I could see that happening too. This is so dumb. They should just include 3 years of supercharging for free on their premium vehicles. They've done that before. That's another option. I don't think people will understand the math if it's worth it if Tesla doesn't provide a calculator for all this stuff. Yeah, but I think the only calculator they'll give us is price savings and make it the default or not default, depending on where you are on the sales listings. Let's see. This is very confusing. It words like they lowered it to $2,000, including FSD for 2 years. Only me? No, it doesn't. So this says add free supercharging and premium connectivity for 3 years to your full self-driving supervised. So this person in the purchase has purchased full self-driving outright. And then, hey, instead of $5,000 to get these things separately, why don't you also get the Drive Anywhere package, and we'll add supercharging and premium connectivity for 3 years. I mean, I can see how you could be confused, but it's very clear wording. You've already clicked. I see where the confusion comes from. He didn't click through, and it doesn't show where he selected uh, paid FSD already. So I see the confusion. But yeah, you click paid supercharging or paid. You click for FSD. They charge you $8,000, and then it says, hey, for $2,000 more, you get the Drive Anywhere package, 3 years of supercharging, and 3 years of internet without having to worry about it. Ungrok me. Let's see what the answer is. The deal is spend $8,000 with 8S. That doesn't even work. You get $2,300 worth of other stuff. Uh, this appears after you click to buy FSD outright with the car during configuration. So you get the other two things for less money. Different version of the bundle. All right. I think we should be done with this one. Let's move on. Rivian has officially obtained approval for the planned expansion of its production facility in Normal, Illinois, where it will make EVs based on its next gen electric platform. So they're going to grow up a little bit. They're gonna make the R2 there as well, which they told us they were originally going to make the R2 in Georgia, but they decided it would be cheaper to just have one plant. I don't know that they mentioned that they'd put in for permission to expand their existing plant, but it makes sense. It's a beautiful plant. My Tesla drove us past this backside with the windmill to reach the Normal, Illinois supercharger when we were on a trip out west. Nice, getting everything lined up for the R2. The expansion will boost Rivian's production space by 1.3 million square feet. Rivian's upcoming affordable EV will be produced at this plant. Wow, they're behind. I thought that was in progress. All right, and then we've got a Drive Tesla Canada post where I titled it "Finally." Why did I say that? Oh, that's why. This 25-year late boondoggle. So, Volkswagen Canada unveils the 2025 Volkswagen ID Buzz coming later this year. Finally. Uh, Given the VW deal with Rivian software development, I personally would avoid a new VW until the Rivian software tech starts appearing in VW, as current VWs will be stuck with a legacy OS very soon. I can't say that he's wrong. I hope he's wrong, but I can't say that he is wrong. The price to range ratio is god awful. How did this get approved for production? Way too expensive. Too expensive. Way too expensive. All right, so let's ask Grok. Start this way because I don't know what's in my Grok. Uh, how long ago, or rather when, did the first electric VW plus 3.5 volt get shown off to the public? IIRC, 25 years now. Or around 2008. The first public unveil of the electric VW bus revival, known as the ID Buzz, was not in 2008, but much later. The concept that led to production model was first shown to the public with the ID Buzz concept of North American International Auto Show in Detroit in January 27th. No. Not that one. Not that one. There was one on the floor of Nias with the Tesla Roadster that did the cross country run and was covered in winter grime. Yes, this edition may have been that late, but I'm talking about the first thing that looked like what we now have as ID Buzz. Lies. I have pictures. I have pictures. Let me put this back over here. Go to photos. Go to Detroit. All right, and now I should be able to move this tab into the one that you guys are looking at. Move tab to Volkswagen. All right, so there's a picture of the Volt from Detroit. My first Volt was this color. You guys might have seen me with the red Volt. So there was my first time meeting up with Franz. I got to sit uncomfortably close to him. There is Mr. Blankenship. My first encounter with the Model X as well. And I don't know how I didn't realize at the time that it had the helicopter windshield. Somebody's personal information, I'm sorry. Like I said, I was working at GM at the time, so there's a lot of GM stuff. A lot of Honda stuff, because I was at Honda before I was at GM. Via trucks. That didn't go so well. Aluminum Ford. Just a Silverado, the new one. It was new at the time. The Corvette was new at the time. The Stingray, which is now long gone. They've got another one. And I'm hoping that the Tesla's in here. I didn't always have geotagged my photos. What is this? Okay, something that was going to come out and then didn't. It was near this display, the Volkswagen. Did I even take a picture of it? I was so annoyed that it still wasn't out at the time. That was the color of my second Volt. I never did get those wheels, but I did enjoy them. Spark EV. That's 2010, and that is. Sorry for all the scrolling on you guys. This should be what, 2017? Notice I didn't even take a picture of the thing. Let's keep going. So that's 2010. It's probably a whole different show, or the day before. I don't know. CRZ. Well, in fact, I took a picture of the CRZ. It means I was at Honda when I did this one. The USB audio, which was new at the time. There's Wayne. What I'm looking for is the Volkswagen. There's the Tesla. It was in 2010, so it was at least 2010. So Grok is freaking wrong as usual. This Tesla Roadster had just finished a cross-country trek, and they drove it in like the night before. Didn't have a chance to clean it, or just decided not to clean it because it made it look more awesome. and this freaking Tesla Roadster right here. Uh, maybe that Model X wasn't the first time I met Franz. I don't know if he was at the show, but man, this Tesla Roadster right here. It had they had a plug in the charge port. And it was glowing. Nobody else really had glowing charge ports at the time. It looked nice. Let's go back. Ah, here's the story. Weathering the storms. Let's zoom in. Can we zoom in some more? Yes. Get plugged in. Woohoo! On Facebook. This is before most of us got onto Twitter. Woohoo! We've been waiting. Welcome to our beautiful city. What will they do? The roads here in Springfield are all points around us are snow-packed and treacherous this morning. So they started in LA, Palm Springs, Phoenix. Given the recent blizzards that passed through the Midwest, many people were curious how the Roadster handles in snow and ice. It wasn't until Meredith directed me down an unplowed street in Oklahoma City that I experienced firsthand the prowess, the precision, the responsiveness of Tesla Roadster's electric drive motor, and it delivers first-rate control to the wheels, which ensured our arrival at the Bricktown Brewery without incident. Paul Swicker. All right, so then I think this was just them driving to Detroit. No, they went to New York. That's not Grand Rapids, Detroit. Detroit is not in New York. Oh, maybe somebody didn't do a very good job of Clinton. That is not Detroit, Michigan, right there. That is New York. Okay, so maybe they just okay. So it was just a drive to Detroit. It wasn't a drive across country then. I looked at the chart and remembered the chart because there's Chicago. Yeah. Oh man, that was a fun year. Go back. Okay. And there was the Model S prototype with its weird old nose cone right there. Hey, this is back. So this is on the Model 3 and the Palladium cars, and I did not recognize that that was the original design, because we've got the weird jewelry looking ones on my Legacy Model X and my last Model S. What's that? The CRC? I think it's a C. That's Mike Cyrock. Yep, that's the CRC. Uh, then there was the Ford show that year. Like Ford always has a show at Detroit, which I like. Okay, so I didn't take any pictures of the VW. Let's go back to Grok and yell at it. No, it was there in 2010. How long before that? The first concept of an electric VW bus similar to the ID Buzz was the VW Booley concept unveiled at the Geneva Motor Show in 2011. This concept was a modern electric reinterpretation of the classic VW microbus, showcasing Volkswagen's interest in iconic design with a electric powertrain, well before the ID Buzz concept made its debut. However, this wasn't put in production. No stuff. All right, so I am going to the Wikipedia to see if we can't find out some more. Because I am curious at this point. VW electric bus concept. Compact modular architecture. I need to spell out Volkswagen. Yes, the ID Buzz, Volkswagen Bus, 19 series, Crafter, Bud E. Yeah, there's the Bud E in 2023 became the Buzz. And not the Type 2, that's too old. The one after that. Volkswagen Electric Premier, MQB. I wonder if they'll say when it first started, because they've just been trotting out the same old sorry concept. 2016 Consumer Electronics Show, so that would be the 2017 one that Grok was talking about. 2020, the Bully. At IIAA 2001. I knew it. 3 and 4 door minivan, Volkswagen Transporter. So the microbus Bully concept vehicles recall the original Volkswagen bus built by Volkswagen AG. 2001 North American International Auto Show. Called it. Later concepts included the Bully 2011, Bud E 2016, ID Buzz 2017, and finally, uh, almost 25 years later, it is almost on sale in Canada. Is this daggum thing on sale in the US yet? Is it Volkswagen.com? It's VW.com. I don't even think it's on sale in the States yet. Jetta, Atlas, Taos. It's not on sale in North America yet. It's getting close because they've been trotting it around. I saw Marquez driving it around. I didn't watch the video because I'm so annoyed by how late this thing is. And yeah, that was it. So it's not on sale in the US yet either. When does the ID Buzz go on sale in the US? 2024, you say? Volkswagen says that the ID Buzz will appear at the dealers in 2024. It's currently on sale in Europe. Mr. All Electric Car Lunacy says, I wonder if an HTSA is okay with it buzzing instead of beeping. Joel says, I told my brother-in-law that it was just to freeze EV buyers, but they will take forever to get it into the States. Yes, exactly. He ended up buying the Model 3. Excellent. Yeah, because if he had been waiting, you probably told him about this, 5 years ago, he'd still be waiting for 5 years for this thing. And then when it came out, as those other people were saying, it was too expensive for what you got. I just, like I said, I was just so annoyed. Like they showed it in 2001 and it was good. They refreshed it shortly after that. They put the hand cooked tires on it, and it was beautiful. And they just kept dragging feet. Let me see if I can't find when that green monster came out. VW hand cook electric bus. The 2025 ID Buzz. ID Buzz. Okay, so they kept that partnership, but I want to know when the concept was. Not that one, because they had like gray hand-cooked tires that were like only for concept cars. You couldn't go faster than like 5 or 15 miles an hour on them. Concept. Not that one. It's older than this one. Does that one even have the gray tires? Okay, this one's got the gray tires. They had another one. Another one before this. In 2022. Because I saw that one in person, and I was definitely 6 years ago. I definitely wasn't there in for anything nearing 2022. So I was in 2017. Okay, so maybe this is the same one. That I was there in 17. But I was so mad I didn't take a single picture of it. I was like, that thing's never coming. I'm not even going to take a picture of it. How bad you got to piss me off to do that? I love taking pictures. And that was the first one we saw that looked like the Buzz. That one with the wrap. Yeah, let's get back on it now that I'm done ranting about the Volkswagen Buzz. More Buzz. Uh, Volkswagen ID Buzz US specs are announced, starting at nearly $60,000 with so-so range, according to Inside EVs. Discover more. It turns out that people really do want cheap electric cars. Really? Who could have figured? This is what, a Honda that looks like the Spark, or it's the next version of the Spark. BYD overtook Honda and Nissan in sales last quarter. We'll look at that one next. It's not on our list, but we will look at it. Inside EVs. It's got us on the wrong repeater again, so we will look at the next thing and then come back and see if that we've been switched to the other repeater. Sawyer says, "Oh, here we go. Volkswagen ID Buzz announced U.S. pricing and the EPA range for its ID Buzz, starting at $59,995. It's the most expensive trim. Starts at $70,000. The EPA range for the rear-wheel drive is 234 miles, which drops to 231 miles for all-wheel drive. Not a bad reduction for all-wheel drive, but that tells us it's going to be very much like the other ID series, where the all-wheel drive isn't really performance-oriented like it is at Tesla and GM and Ford, where you get dual motors and you get a nice boost. That's not going to happen here if you only lose 2 miles per hour, unless it is because it is so unaerodynamic that it didn't make a difference to add a couple 100 pounds. Because if it only weighs a couple dozen pounds, then it's just a little tweak. So I guess we'll have to wait until it comes out and somebody takes it for a spin to see. We're looking at now 91 kilowatt hour battery. Deliveries begin at the end of 2024 for the States. And I think we saw on the previous tweet that it was going to be beginning of 2025 for Canada, something like that. End of the year. I don't remember what it said because I got distracted. And it wasn't that important to me. I know it's soon. That's what made me think about the US. Dual power sliding doors with electric sliding windows. I don't know that they could make a minivan for North America without dual sliding doors, dual electric sliding doors. Full size van, absolutely. You can get away with one power and one regular, or just one non-powered door and be fine. It's a different customer. Full acoustic glass, that's nice. We learned from the Model 3 and Y that was something that we want. 12-way heated and ventilated front seats with dual armrests, massage, and lumbar and memory. Oh, look at that. That's nice. Memory, massage, lumbar on the passenger side. Elon, you paying attention? Yeah, we tried that. Nobody used it. Yeah, people weren't sitting there fiddling with it because generally you have the same people in the car every time. And once you've got it set the way you like, why change it? But you have to get it there. All right, I like this. Let me just leave it there. That's my seat. The other thing with it was on the legacy cars, they didn't even have memory for the lumbar and stuff, which was like, why? Or at least not for the passenger. They didn't have memory for the passenger seat. I don't recall if the lumbar on the driver's seat is even on that one. I'm the only driver. It stays where I have it set. I do move them from time to time, like if I go into relax mode or whatever, but I don't. I put them back. I'm not sitting there fiddling with them every trip. Anyway, rant over. Heated second row outboard seats, so that's like the Model 3, which doesn't have the whole back heated anymore, just the outboard seats. 3-way Climatronic, heated steering wheel, and washer nozzles. So Climatronic is not part of the heated steering wheel. Three-zone Climatronic. I'm guessing that's what they call 3-zone automatic climate control. It stops. Heated steering wheel and washers. That's good. I like that on my car. 30 color ambient lighting. Why just 30? Come on, VW. Why just 30? You had to pick the colors for me? I can't just move a slider around like the Model 3, Model Y, Cybertruck. Come on now. The Rivians that have, I think they have some lighting in theirs, do they? It's not limited. It should be a slider around like that. Next we've got a gracious 12.9-inch center display with a 5.3-inch ID cockpit. So it's kind of Model 3-ish sized in the dash, and then in addition, they've got the binnacle in front of the driver at 5 inches. So my Volt was what, 7 and 9, and the Model S was like 10 or yeah, it was like 10 or 12 and 17 and 15. 15. And yeah, they're really hitting it out of the park there, aren't they? 8+1 speakers with FM navigation, with navigation and FM, with HD radio and satellite radio. Two of those things don't even really matter. Get a whopping 8 speakers and a subwoofer. I think that the base Model 3 in Mexico has 9 speakers. So for 70 grand, I get the same amount of speakers in a much bigger car than a Model 3 Mexico. Are you serious? That's lame. That's a ripoff. Is it dead? You need charge? Charge battery? There you go. What? Oh, you want to eat in here and watch it? Okay. Get you my battery. Yeah. So you get less speakers than the Mexican Model 3. Do you think that they are positioning this as an SUV replacement, or just couldn't get cheaper and gave up? That's a good question. It would be the only electric minivan, right? In the States. But it's so expensive. Let's open up another new tab right now and go check out. Let's look at the Sienna and Odyssey. I should have done that. Honda.com is not, that's the corporate site. I need us.honda.com. I'll leave that open so we can get to Toyota. And then let's do vehicles and SUVs and crossovers, cars, minivan and truck, which are the same thing. The Odyssey starts at 41,920. So the Toyota is going to be about there as well. Let's look at their hybrid. Let's make it fair. Because an Accord with a bigger body is a lot cheaper than any EV to make when you've been doing them forever. It's so hard to believe that they are just this incompetent. But watching this space since 2004, I think VW is the Boeing of the EV space. I'll give you that. And speaking of people who need a partner, Boeing is one of them. All right, so we need to find. Does Honda make a hybrid minivan yet? I know Toyota does. When they, Toyota and Honda got really onto that whole like more gas and let's try some hydrogen instead of EVs, I just really stopped tracking them. That one, oh wow, the Elite's only 50? I could have sworn it would be around 70 right now. Um, so they don't have a hybrid. No. Let's go over to Toyota, make it fair. But Toyota's probably going to be pretty cheap too, if I spell their name right. Because what really pushed me off into this was when I was able to get my first Prius. 04. Vehicles. Wait, load this page from Japan? Goodness gracious. Crossovers, SUVs, cars, and minivan. There she is. 37. But I heard they're all hybrid, so is this like a light hybrid? Let's do features. I'm looking for you to tell me about hybrid. That teardrop trailer is almost as big as the van. They built it themselves. Interior performance. That'll tell us a thing or two. All-wheel drive, hybrid performance. Every Sienna is a hybrid, whether you're driving around the city. So it's got to be a light hybrid to be that cheap, or they're giving it away, hoping you get a bigger price. So let's go to. They might not give the price on their site because the whole Southeast Toyota, and then whatever the other zone Toyota is. Toyota's not a national sales situation. Let's compare. I don't want to compare them to the competition. I wanted to see what you have. I'm not giving you a zip code. I don't want to give you a zip code. All right, so starting at 36. Yeah, so the only thing they've got going over Honda and Toyota. Oh, there's also Kia. Kia makes a minivan. The only thing they've got going over those three in the States is that it's electric as a minivan. But it starts at $60,000. And I guarantee you, every single one of those other minivans has more than 9 speakers at that price point. As we saw the Elite Odyssey doesn't even get that high. This is going to be a tough sell. I mean, yeah, it has a lot of nice stuff. But even if it had everything the Elite has, it still costs $10,000 more than the Elite. Incredible. Wireless app and connect to phone for charging. Okay. It's got 8 USB-C ports. That's pretty darn nice. I don't even think the Tesla has that many. Mine has what? 2 up front, 2 in the middle, and 1 in the back. But the new ones have 2 in the back. So if they kept the rest, that would be 6 USB ports for 7 seats. And Cybertruck has 2 AC outlets. I think 2 USB-Cs up front. It might only be 2 for the entire thing though. And then I think 2 in the back row. So either 2 total or 4. Plus the 2 AC ports. I'll give them that on the USB-C ports. That's a decent amount. You get 2 dashboard, 1 passenger door, 2 each in the second and third rows. 15 watts for the dash cam. Is it like a dash cam drive, like Sentry mode, or is it for a third-party dash cam? That's interesting to me. So they've got 1 USB-C port per chair, plus 1 for the dash cam. 12 volts in the trunk, 110 volt in the passenger row. So I'm thinking that 12 volt in the trunk is the barrel connector. Not saying that the battery is in the trunk, the 12 volt battery, which also could be in the trunk. But my Model X has got that. 112 volt in the trunk, in addition to the one in the console. And Model Y might have that. I don't remember. You get the IQ Drive. Hey, we give you an engine. That's a feature. It can move. It's a car. Park assist with memory parking. That's nice. Dynamic road sign display. That could be helpful. Front and rear park distance control. For 60 grand, I better have some sort of ultrasonics or artificial camera-like system like the Model 3. Or all Teslas now, I guess. I will say it does look nice, but it does not look anywhere near nice as any of the concepts over the last 24 years. I mean, that's not bad. It's not what they showed us. They showed us that like the seats could swivel around, and you could have a little chat in the back, or you can make a bed out of it. I think the bed thing is still there, but definitely aren't swiveling the inside around. It's not bad, but for 60 to 70 grand, I'd expect it to be closer to what they promised 20 years ago. And again at every concept. Although each concept got closer to reality by not including some stuff that they thought would be cool. Next charging, they're part of the next consortium. What? No? Are you serious? I think she dropped her ice cream. I don't see it. I see pieces of the cone, but she ran out crying. I really like this van, but I've been following it. No way without Nax for travel. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Um, let's see. Joel says it is so hard to believe that they are just this incompetent. Oh yeah, we talked about that. Andrew says Tesla should do a van or minibus for 7 to 8 people. I agree. Also, they should do a full size van, like just take the Cybertruck and put a van body on it for the trades. And yeah, that would be great. I was hoping Robotaxi has a variant as a minivan. That would be awesome. Sorry, what is next? North American Charging Standard, aka the Tesla Charging Standard. J3400. SAE J3400. aka JNAX. aka Tesla Plug. Put Nax on it to get the range to 300, drop the price to 49 grand, and this thing is freaking. Yeah, like if you would do those things, it would sell like hotcakes. The only version appropriate to drive, the mystery machine. I would do that. I would do that. Let's see. Supposedly Marquez said this gets more attention than a Cybertruck. I could actually see that. There's a lot of people with some nostalgia for the bus, but this ain't that. Like, in fact, like, I think that the two-tone color is an option. I don't think it's standard, or at least they talked about it in Europe. Is it, or rather, at least in Europe, it was optional. I don't know in the States and Canada if it's going to be standard or optional. The good thing is we get the bigger one. They have a smaller one, and if they charge this for that, the whole company might go under on that one. Too pricey, but there will be lovers of the old VW van that might like this. I'm right here, baby. She's asking where am I? She left that way. Without Max, it's an instant no go. That paltry range is the final nail. It'll flop now, and they will blame the failure on some BS like U.S. market doesn't want EVs anymore. Yeah, they will. They will do exactly that. That's exactly how they will say it. Range and price are a bit disappointing, but I think one will be coming to my driveway soon. Yeah, I mean, if you need a minivan right now, this is it. This is all there is. You do have the plug-in Chrysler. I can't believe I didn't mention them. They do have the plug-in Chrysler. Um, what's it get, like 20 miles of range? And then it's a hybrid after that. Check multi-stream real quick. Multi-stream is still just kind of sitting there. Let's go on to the next one before I get too into Volkswagen. Let's refresh this. All right, more Volkswagen. Get so range. It's taken years, but the electric rebirth of Volkswagen's iconic microbus is coming to America. Was it worth the wait? What do you say? Starting price at 60, Pro Plus at 63, first edition at 65. Rear-wheel drive models will offer 234 miles of range. That is terrible for now. With that size battery, the 91 kilowatt hour battery, I know it's like square, but the Hummer gets over 200 miles of range, and it's not. They did put it in a wind tunnel, but it's not aerodynamic. And yes, they do have a 200 kilowatt hour battery pack, but if you're gonna go bigger than 80, just make it get 300 miles of range. Shoot. Uh, I want your conclusion. Besides that, it's expensive. Oh, it kind of looks a little bit like the concept wheel there. EV9. Yeah, I guess the EV9 you could get that if you're fine with the SUV instead of a minivan. The EV9 gets between 270 and 304, and it probably costs a lot less. I think I could give up the minivan if I needed one for an SUV that was cheaper and had better range and power. I'm not entirely convinced that Eddie Buzz and EV9 are direct competitors. They're really darn close. Let's see your conclusion. It's got a pretty sales page. All right, so it doesn't look like they've got 3 solid colors, and whatever this one's new for North America, like I'm guessing that's saying that these are new for North America. But why have an odd number of colors? That just screws your marketing people over. Just make it. There should be another one. So they only have 3 that are solid color here. And that doesn't mean that the two tones are free. But if they're mostly two tones, then it's not really a consideration, is it? Uh, so they they didn't actually have a conclusion there. They kind of left it up to us. I'm curious what's the passenger capacity. Scroll up a little bit. I heard the 4Motion offers seating for 6, not 7, but the trim level sheet doesn't. Oh, okay. Be more specific. I think it's because the all-wheel drive has captain's chairs in the second row instead of third row bench. Longest drum roll ever. Almost forgot about the EV9. Knock it out of the park. Design now and prices. Is this to say you don't agree with the assertion that the ID Buzz and EV9 aren't really competitors? He just compared them. As expected, it's completely uncompetitive grocery hauler with too little range, too slow charging. I didn't even look at the charging speed to be a viable primary family vehicle, even if it would be cheap, and is absurdly bad value proposition at these prices. Are you sure about that? Price out a competitive EV9, and the two vehicles are pretty comparable in price. About 60 grand, the EV9 provides greater range but less power, around 200 horsepower versus 280, and it depends on what you want. Wireless phone charging. They didn't say the charging speed in the article, so this person must already have been interested in looking at it and researched it, because I'm not seeing that. BYD overtook Honda and Nissan in sales last quarter. I think we've got a version of this article later in the show. Turns out that people really do want cheap electric cars. If the trend continues, it won't be long until BYD passes Ford. There's it. I'm not done talking. Uh, where did it go? Their sales volume has increased 40%, making it the 7th largest global automaker by volume. The company has sold more cars than Honda last quarter, overtaking it for the first time. BYD isn't far behind Ford in terms of global quarterly sales and could overtake the company if it can keep its momentum up in the face of new tariffs. Interesting. The BYD is knocking it out of the park. Sales climbing 40% between April and June. It's now sold a whopping 980,000 vehicles this year. So they're at almost a million. So they're going to hit a million this year. That's incredible. Uptick in sales volume has paced BYD to overtake a number of legacy automakers for the second quarter, including its 2 most recent opponents, Nissan, and for the first time ever, Honda. And that's why I couldn't pin what it was. It looked like a Chevy Spark new version, or like a Honda Fit or something, because as we know, the Chinese styling often is very familiar. All right. Well, congrats to them. It's good that there's more EVs out there. It does, but just like the American ones, they're unfeasibly expensive. It's no coincidence that Cattle is targeting their space for the SSBs, the solid state batteries. The heat cold charging is about Shenzhen, and Golden Battery packs, which are real. And one takes a deep dive into what the actual battery cell chemistry energy density is at the cell level, and then the pack fill weight ratio of cells to ancillaries plus total pack weight. This makes the actual battery pack weigh for kilowatt hour in final analysis. NMC chemistry. This is another person who's got a lot of just like fancy words and is wrong. And NMC chemistry with 60% pack self fill weight would be heavier than an NMC versus NMC weight using the same chemistry but at 80% pack fill weight. The same kilowatt hour energy per storage is not just the battery cell gravimetric energy at the pack level, but also the number of cells or volume of the battery pack is filled by those cells. So he's talking about the empty space in the pack, it sounds like. Depending on whose research paper one reads, a lot of these chemistries are so-called drop-in chemistries that can be used in existing battery manufacturing lines without retooling the entire manufacturing line or different chemistries, or for different chemistries. As to your point, the unfeasibly expensive is not necessarily true with all solid-state battery chemistries. Okay, so NMC solid-state versus NMC liquid lithium-ion gel batteries. Slurry Companies chemistries like the company 24 million shown, and right now Japanese company Kyocera is using 24M cells in their residential BESS. Continuing on. That was hard to read. Alright, I'm not getting into the specs of the VW anymore. Let's look at this one from Autoblog, whatever it is. Oh, okay, we've reached the recall segment of the show. Tesla has recalled 9,000, just 9,000, Model X's from 2016 over the trim roof piece. So we're talking about two pieces of glass on the roof of the vehicle. So behind the big sky window, there is another piece of glass right in front of the doors. That one might not have been prepped properly before it was applied to the car. And then there is another piece of the glass in between the doors that go up, the Falcon Wing doors. There's another piece of glass in between them, and that one also has sometimes not been prepared properly, and it goes flying. You get where you're going, and you don't have all of your glass. 9,000 of these original Model X's have been recalled for inspection. It's a bring it in recall, but 9,136 of you. Over a trim on the roof that could separate, increasing the risk of a crash. Risk of a crash for who? Not the Tesla. The risk of a crash behind it. Absolutely. It's a big, heavy chunk of glass. NHTSA said vehicles affected by this recall include those from the start of production, so the very first Model X's. Start of production through July 31st, 2016. The vehicles in question were recalled back in 2020 for a similar issue, but as time went on, Tesla determined the original fix may not have been sufficient. This marks a rare physical recall for the Austin, Texas-based automaker, which usually fixes issues in its vehicles through software. They recalled nearly 2.6 million vehicles for a over-the-air software update recall due to the concerns in the first 6 months of the year, only behind Ford, which recalled about 3.6 million vehicles in the US, according to recall management platform developer BusyCar. Now, that Ford one, it doesn't give us any clue as to how many of them were over-the-air software update recalls and bringing into the dealer recalls. And then, of course, we also saw the stop drive last week with the Takata airbags. So that doesn't tell us anything except that Tesla had less involved in a recall than Ford. The front and center roof cosmetic trim pieces may be adhered to the vehicle without primer. As a result, one or both of the pieces may separate from the vehicle, U.S. auto safety regulator said in a letter dated August 20th. If the trim adhesions to the surface lacks primer, the part could separate from the vehicle over time, creating a road hazard and increasing the risk of a crash, but not crash of the X. NHTSA's safety recall report said prior to separating, an applique without primer may create a detectable noise inside the cabin for either a short or prolonged period of time. Oh, because it's flapping. But I guess that depends on how weak the glue is. Like if you go, oh, what's that sound? And poof, it's gone. Or oh, what's that sound? I should get it checked out. And then you drive around for a week, and then poof. This is dangerous. Glass is heavy, and depending on how it flies and who's behind you, because people around here tailgate way too much. Around here being the states, that could be very dangerous. The letter said that the EV maker will test adhesion of the roof trim and reattach the pieces as necessary at no cost to the owners of the vehicles. So the question then would be if they're going to test it, will they put a suction cup with like a tension meter, and then if they do that, what's to say that if this is an affected one, like is there a limit where cars without primer will always fail, or what? Uh, Zach says hello, Zach. So what I'm wondering then is, what if they test out good and then your roof falls off? Do they fix it under warranty because you had the recall? Baby, ready for what? You ready for what? Oh, you want to leave? Okay. Okay. Have fun, baby. Last time she dragged the battery off the couch and was walking out, so she's letting me know, hey, I want to move. Thank you, baby. Um, I think that might be all of our recalls for the week. I got 3 copies of the Model X recall. Zachary says, keep up the great work. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we're talking about Model X recalls. I think that is our only recall for the week because I got it 3 times because I wanted to make sure not to miss it, and I also wanted to include what happened. So let's just see if there's any comments on them. I guess open up. Oh, not in that window. Why are you over there? That's not even our Twitter window. Come on over here. Move tab to this one. Go back to YouTube. Go back to YouTube. Click in here. And that's not the only one. This one. And I think that's all of the Model X recalls. So this one's telling us the same story from Drive Tesla Canada. They've got the actual report in here. So let's see if there are any comments on this one. What about the seals around the doors? I said that would be way more than 9,000 units and just 2016 because the reason my watch has the black spots in it right now is because this is rubber from the seal around the door. Like it started to, you guys have seen the soft touch rubber on like stuff like mouses and whatnot, and they get all oily and gummy as they age. That's the seals on the Model X. They get all cracky and gummy, and I accidentally touched it with the watch band, and now it's a part of my watch band. Shouldn't they be recalling the Cybertrucks for this? No. Cybertruck isn't losing glass on the road, is it? Physical recall after a long time. This is true, but hopefully that's just when the glass started to fail after the last fixed. Not how the Fabergé egg of cars. Love it, but man, are they a pain. They can be. And if we could just stop saying recall on its own, that would be consistent. Yeah, that's what I've started doing. A bring it in recall or a software update recall. Actual recall and no stock price move for 9,000 cars. Everybody has that every year. Breaking: thousands of Teslas recalled for roof detachment issue in the midst of tumultuous Musk behavior. Yeah. Thankfully, none of those appeared this week that I noticed. But meanwhile, my 2017 VW Golf just got a recall for a suction jet pump that can apparently lead to a car fire. 2-hour fix inside the gas tank. Ouch. Incoming: Tesla roofs are falling off. I can't wait to see this reported by mainstream media. Sky is falling into all the Model X's. They might assume that, but this piece is glass over metal. Same for the other one, is glass over metal. There's not it's just to make the roof like appear nice on one sheet of glass rather than metal and glass and paint, and it's cosmetic, and it doesn't affect the water tightness of the vehicle at all. It will be solved by the over-the-air update. You wish. I said, but you want to ignore all the glued-on stainless steel pieces for Cybertruck. I said, give it a minute, and you'll have all the attention span of a fruit fly anymore. A lot of cars have glued-on pieces. It's nothing new. The question, though, is how easy it is to snag a corner and then rip on it like this. But remember, this vehicle in the picture was abused, so. Tesla Vision Park Assist for Cybertruck, shipping now. Oh, speaking of which, I don't know if I included the article or not, or the tweets. I think I did. Hardware 3 vehicles are starting to get FSD version 12.5 now. So far, I have only seen it on Model 3s and Palladium cars, so the plaids and the ones that look like the plaids, but not any of us legacy owners with MCU 2, where we should be getting 12.5 as well. If you still have MCU 1, you can only get 12.3.6. I haven't seen anybody say they got theirs yet, but that is in the summer update for those legacy cars. And I'm assuming if you go ahead and take the hit and go to the MCU 2 upgrade, that then you should be able to get the latest version of FSD. That obviously you'd still be in line with us that don't have it yet, but you would then be eligible for 12.5 instead of 12.3.6. But assuming that's your only Tesla, you'd have enough to play with until that happens. So you'd enjoy it if you did the upgrade. Tuesday, August 26th at 3:38 a.m. Eastern Time. Oh, man. I set my alarm and get up early. Or stay up. No, I can't do that. It's my week to do reporting at work, so I got to get up early to do that. So the Polaris Dawn it was set to go up tomorrow, but now they delayed for a day for extra training, or I don't remember why they said they delayed for a day. But Polaris Dawn is going to be the first private spacewalk ever. They're going to take a slightly modified Crew Dragon. They're going to go to one of the highest orbits. They're going to set a record for the highest orbit for human spaceflight, and excluding the moon, like just in Earth orbit, that's going to be the highest. And they're going to do a spacewalk, and is to benefit St. Jude, so for cancer research for children. And it's going to be awesome. I'll try and bring you some stuff from that. And they're going to have a Starlink laser connection, so we should be able to see some stuff live from them, if it's anything like what we saw with the Starship 3 and 4 with their Starlink connection. But they didn't have laser Starlink connection. They just had regular multi-dish Starlinks on Starship. This will be the same laser connection or some version of it that we see on between the Starlink satellites. So it should be a really good connection when they have it. The U.S. is so fortunate to have SpaceX. Boeing is a national embarrassment. So I don't know if I put this one in there. I believe I did. NASA has announced that SpaceX will bring back astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sony Williams from the International Space Station on their Dragon space capsule. Boeing Starliner capsule will no longer be used to bring them back. So the Starliner is going to go ahead and get the reconfiguration, not reprogramming, but reconfiguration, so it can be autonomous again. And it's going to leave the station on its own and deorbit. What we all hope is that they'll find that it was not an issue. There were no problems whatsoever, and it makes it back safely, empty. But um, there's a very real chance that there could be something catastrophic in there, and hopefully, if there is, that they'll have something to learn from it, and then they can be vindicated in not putting 2 American astronauts into that situation. So what's going to happen now is SpaceX, should not SpaceX, NASA's Crew Dragon 9 mission is going to only have 2 astronauts on launch, and then they'll have the 2 empty seats for Butch and Sunny, and they'll be up there till about February, and then they'll come back for their 8-day mission, a 3-hour cruise. Uh, this is the right move. A lot of folks hurt for it, but thankfully nobody physically injured for it. So some folks are like, "Oh, that's what you signed up for. This is your test pilots." Blah blah blah. Yes, but there's risk, and then there's unacceptable risk. Like until the Starliner leaves, it's still the lifeboat for Butch and Sunny, but that's only because the emergency exit criteria are much lower than the normal transportation. After it leaves, if something happens, they'll put Butch and Sunny in the cargo tray underneath the astronauts on Crew 8. They'll strap themselves to the tray with no suit, because the suits they came with from Boeing are not compatible with the suits for Dragon. So they'll go up there with no suit. They'll go in there with no suit and no extra life support. Just what's in the cabin. The cabin is rated to support 7 astronauts. We haven't actually flown a version with 7 seats, but assuming there's no need for the use of the suits, they'll be fine. It's not ideal at all, but there are only 2 available ports to dock with, because I do believe Cargo Dragon is still berthed, even though it's not the old design. Then you've got the Soyuz, but it's using it, and it's not compatible with Crew Dragon. So that's another possibility right there, is they could squeeze in with the Russians if necessary, but hopefully that's not necessary. But they finally made a decision. They're going to do the safest course, which makes sense, because after losing 14 astronauts to the shuttle, there's no need to be taking unnecessary risks. Chuck says, "Look what's downloaded in my Cybertruck, 2024.26.11. That includes Park Vision Assist. No FSD supervised at this point. Hopefully September, according to Chuck." I've got that later in the show. We're going to talk about FSD for Cybertruck. 2024.26.11, Tesla Vision Assist now displays high-fidelity 3D representation of the world around your vehicle, including proximity and shape of nearby objects, barriers, vehicles, and painted road markings. You can use Park Vision Assist with or without feedback. To turn on chimes, you go to Controls, Safety, and Park Assist chimes. I'll turn them on or off. I wonder what it defaults to. Note that Park Assist is for guidance purposes only, and is not a substitute for an alert driver. Remain attentive and avoid obstacles as required. I'm surprised it took them this long to do this. And it sounds like it's just Park Assist. When I read the initial announcement, I assumed Auto Park, but it doesn't sound like you're getting Auto Park on Cybertruck. Just the visuals like that we saw on the Highland Model 3s and up, as Highland Model 3s and then the Vision only Model Ys as with Hardware 4 as that had first rolled out. You finally got that version on Cybertruck. Okay. Now the fun stuff. We've got this one. And then we've got a follow-up to it. All right, seen at the Thule, Utah Supercharger tonight. Is this for a Tesla Semi? The answer is yes, it was for a Tesla Semi. But I've got more news on it. So this is the Megacharger on a pallet. So this is the portable Megacharger. I think it might even be the same one we saw in either Southern California or Nevada a couple months ago. And it's just outside the 400 and almost 500 mile range on coming from Fremont or Giga Nevada, one of the two. It's just outside the circle of what the Semi, or just inside the edge of the circle of what the Semi can do fully loaded. There we can see the MCS2 connector. And are the next parts included, or do I have to go to the other links? Update, this has been removed already. Was just FaceTiming with Tesla Owners Utah Club President, and it's gone. Green machinery is still there, but the pedestal is gone. What is powering it? I have a buddy out there on the way. We'll see if he can stop by and get more pics on his way home tonight. And by the time he got there, it was gone. I'll swing by tonight. It's gone. No sign of the charging station, for what it's worth. Location is horrible for a Semi, so logically, it didn't make any sense to have a charger there. Except if they were planning to move a Semi somewhere else and it needed to get through, then it would have been perfect to have a charger set up in advance. My mom is coming. I'll call her back later. That's a Semi plug, yes. Curious if Tesla themselves coming this way, if they have a company out here that is going to get one soon. Lots of Amazon warehouses in northern Salt Lake City. I mean, for the Semi to succeed, they'll need widespread chargers. This is the beginning of what might be revolutionary for the trucking industry. I'm excited to hear that this growth outside of California and Nevada. Well, it was. Okay, so I don't need the next couple links then, do I? All right, so the other Omar, he's got the first signs of life for FSD on Cybertruck. Park assist visualizations. And now we can see how accurately the occupancy network works or looks on Cybertruck. Wes says, once you get a chance to drive it, you won't. Once you get a chance to drive it, you don't want to go back. Anything else? Anything else? Won't go back to anything else. Steer by wire and a turning radius so small it feels magic are my favorite aspects of Cybertruck. And how does the Cybertruck handle a logging camp in Maine? We put it to the test. I think we talked about this one last week. This is new. The Tesla referral program is back. So if you want to use somebody's Tesla referral code, you get 1,000 off your next Tesla, and your friend gets $500. And if you already have a Tesla, you can still use your own code just like before, and you get $1,000 off your new Tesla. Can be used towards supercharging, software upgrades, and merchandise, service payments, or a new Tesla. So wait a minute though. Last time they ran this and you could use your own code, you got the whole reward. Now it looks like you're better off using your friend's code than your own. Because then you get $1,000 off and they get $500 versus you just getting $1,000. And you have to use your own code to do it. Otherwise you get nothing. So, so use your own code or a friend's code. Get a new Tesla. Everybody wins. My code's on the link if you're interested. Join the START manufacturing program. START is the Tesla in School program, helping to train the future generation of engineers and also service. All right. We already talked about the Model X extensively. This one is fun. Check out the world's first DC to DC solar powered EV charger. And my comment on that one in the note was define first. Also, cool stuff. The reason I say define first is we saw with the Nissan Leaf, we saw a Chatamo DC to DC. It was a DC charger, but it wasn't a DC fast charger. It was like 30 kilowatts most, and that is a lot. But it was not. It's not a DC fast charger because then you're expecting 50 to 350 kilowatts. But residential service and residential panels will not give you that. So these guys are claiming world's first, but it's pretty cool. This works with CCS or J3400, JNAX, and let's look into it. So California-based Intelligent is accepting pre-orders for what it claims is the world's first DC to solar powered EV charger. We'll open that up and look at their site while we're at it. August 21st of 2024 update. So this is an older article from... No, it's not really that much of an older article. It looked like an older article last time I saw it, but they just had an update later in the day, I guess. They've raised $6 million in capital from investors to scale to the commercialization of its DC to DC solar-powered EV chargers. Taronga Ventures led the funding round, and the latest funding round brings the company's total fundraising to $19 million since 2021. The company also announced that, okay, no, it was. May 8th was the original article. The company also announced that it's supplying a long dwell time 25 kilowatt DC to DC EV charger to logistics companies to power its newly electrified fleet. So, they weren't the first in May 8th either. Because again, that Chatamo one was a couple of years ago. Launched their first product in February 2023 at Intersolar, North America, Long Beach, California, and now it's ready to take pre-orders. Unless that was theirs with the Leaf. I don't think so, based on the dates. The TLC EV T1 solar EV charger can supply up to 12.5 kilowatts of DC charging. That could be them. Twice as fast as many AC EV chargers and allows at home, at work, and at store charging power directly by existing solar panels. So right now, if you're going to charge from solar, it comes from the panels and either immediately gets converted to AC at microinverters, or it comes down into an inverter off of the roof or away from the panels, and gets converted into AC power, and then it goes into your car's charger, which then rectifies it back into DC, and then charges the car. But since CCS, DC Tesla charging, and Chatamo were already DC, and they already could go this low, it went straight from the solar panels into your car without the conversion losses, because you got to convert from DC to AC, and then from AC back to DC. So that's 2 conversion losses that you can eliminate. The EV owners usually plug in their cars home chargers powered by AC flow of energy generated by the electric grid. However, EV batteries operate on DC, requiring the power to be converted from AC to DC. Intelligent says that their DC to DC charging conversion results in 20% energy savings and bypasses the EV's internal conversion electronics, shortening charge time. Kilowatts is kilowatts, but you do save some of the electricity there. The TC1 charger's design integrates EV charging directly into solar canopies and carports. It can be connected to an existing home PV string inverter solar installation, but not to a microinverter installation, because the microinverter is feeding AC, so it doesn't work. Since the charger doesn't rely on the grid, lengthy permitting processes are bypassed, and the TCL EV1 charger provides NACS and CCS1 options and a 25-foot charging cable. That's nice. The reason that the Tesla charger got a shorter cable was the Canada Electric Code, and then the reason it dropped in power from 80 amps to like 60 amps or less is because 48 amps is because the onboard chargers, Tesla stopped including all the blades for the AC to DC conversion. And then, of course, if you don't sell a car that can take 80 amps, why make an 80 amp charger? Top comment by Pete Za. I emailed the company to find more details about the product. It sounds intriguing for people who already have solar on the roof. I'm interested to find out if their system works as a grid tie inverter as well. There's a reply to this. If so, then when could this replace my current inverters and continue to provide power to my house when not charging the car? But when I plug it in, it could direct the DC power directly to the car. I currently schedule my car to only charge between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. when the solar panels are generating enough power to not pull from the grid. So he's pointing out that he literally charges on solar, and the car could get done charging faster without the conversion. And by faster, he's not saying that kilowatts is kilowatts. He's saying that the amount of time that he's burning solar, because he doesn't have to generate the extra electricity for the conversion. I currently schedule my car charge between 9 and 3 when the panel is generating enough power not to pull from the grid. So getting a 13% increase in efficiency. So there we go. That's exactly what I just described there. While doing that, I would be able, while doing what I already do would be awesome if that's actually brought to market. They announced in February they'd raised $7 million. They're taking pre-order of $250 deposit, and the early bird price is $22.49. Pre-orders can be placed here on their website as well. Read more. The modular off-grid solar EV charger can be installed in just 4 hours. I think this might be the first one, if it's not them again. Yeah, we'll talk about this one in a minute. I guess we can talk about it now. Why bother? Wait until later. Okay, so here's Pizza. They emailed me back recently. So from February to March. They emailed me back recently. The product is expected to be released to retail in late 2023 or early 2024. Price is targeted about $2,500 per unit, but that's not in stone yet. It's not a PV inverter, but what it will do is export and pass through the DC power if it's not charging the car. So you can run the output from your solar panels through this device first, and then run into your existing PV inverter. From there, power can be converted to use in the home or send back to the grid. So, basically you'll put this in between your existing string inverter. If you're not doing a new project, you put it in between your existing inverter, and then whatever your car doesn't use gets passed to the house. The only question then is, do they have an MPPT that's good in it? Because the multi-point power tracking MPPT controller in your string inverter is going to be really good. So it has to be as good or better, so that you're not wasting production. And then hopefully you also have either batteries or a grid connection, because if your car uses all of the solar output, then you're not getting any input into your inverter. Seems like an easy drop-in solution to charge your EV directly from the sun without wasting all of that solar capacity when the car isn't charging. Next question. What if it's dark and you need to charge? Do you switch chargers, or does it have a AC connection as well? Price might be a little high for a home consumer though, but it's still a pretty neat concept. Well, not just that, but we saw the Maryland and others were giving money back for chargers. This is a charger. Of course, it would have to be out in time for you to qualify for some of those programs. Price might be a little high. Still a pretty neat concept, especially for big box stores with huge roofs that can cover with panels to provide free charging during peak solar hours. This person says Enphase and SolarEdge are soon releasing similar products that are more integrated. In short, an inverter that allows pass-through to a DC port. So one less box on the wall, and for the price, it would seem that you're better off with the integrated inverters. We'll see who does it first. I think it would be awesome to be able to DC charge my DC battery at home for free. This is what I see happening. Solar homes will have a DC backbone for charging stationary as well as EVs, and DC will then become more popular. We'll see other DC electrified devices. The savings are from the penalties of conversion, and it starts out solar as DC, and then you make it AC via your inverter, send it to your car, and it makes DC. Each is a 1 to 3% penalty. DC is also faster. With DC charging, what voltage? Talking 12 volts, 48 volts, 500 volts. That's going to make a difference right there in order to have a home backbone. Are we going to have multiple? Like, we have high voltage DC and low voltage DC. 12 to 24 volts would power almost everything you use, your computer, your all your little charging devices, that sort of thing. 48 volts would be more efficient. You usually need less copper in the walls. Uh, 500 volts, you're really going to see that on your EV. And if you have a large enough array on the roof, otherwise, the high voltage DC, you don't really want that in the walls because you won't have a place to use it. This is kind of a sleeper technology, but I'm quite bullish on it for more than the next level of resiliency. You have a stationary battery running. Oh, that would be another good reason to have high voltage. If you have a high voltage battery that can take it, but most consumer level, like the DIY projects and anyone who's not Tesla, most of them have a 48 volt battery. So not all of them. Some of them have like a 120 or something. This saves linemen from frying, and you too can use this setup to sell electrons to your utility. Solarc. Yeah, Solarc is another one. Getting utilities to see their best interest is the hardest part. Yep. I'm interested to see how Enphase approaches this market, since their primary market is microinverters that convert to AC right at the panel, and not DC string inverters. Correct. In fact, they've got more microinverters in their battery modules to convert the AC back to DC, and then from the battery back to your home grid, from DC to AC. I think their battery ecosystem is AC coupled as well. Yep. So having straight solar to EV DC doesn't seem like it'd be up their alley. I think that's probably the case, as well as when you look at they bought Clipper Creek, the previous charging vendor for Tesla, and when they bought Clipper Creek, I wonder if that's when Tesla made the switch. They made the first roadster chargers, and I think they were a collaboration for the Gen 2 wall chargers. Definitely the first gen wall chargers, wall connectors. Yeah, I don't see why Enphase would want to do this. Yep, have an Enphase system with microinverters. Me too. Honestly, I think it's better than a DC to single large inverter system for the sake of simplicity, expandability, repairability, but it definitely would not work for this charger. I don't really have a preference. Although if I were to go DIY, I would do DC. I mean, you can DIY the Enphase micros, but then you got to use their batteries. Not that there's anything wrong with their batteries, but if I go DIY, I want to do my own batteries. All right, so moving on. Let's go to Oakland and check the multi-stream. Well, the stream is still stable. Close this. Oh yeah, we were looking at their other stuff. Whoops, I closed the wrong thing. I want to close that. All right, so modular off-grid EV solar charger. Is this intelligent as well, or somebody else? How old is this? We've seen versions of this running around. They come in on a pallet. You park under them. They take up a parking space. No, this is a different one. Did they make it? I don't know if they made it. If they're not the same one that we've seen around, the little white box. It's a good intelligence website. Hi, baby. You have pizza. Okay. So this is the one we were just reading about. Oh, that's kind of cool. Switches. Is that a Roadster? That is totally a Tesla Roadster. Not only the wheels and it's got the T right there. Time of light charger. Turn parking lots into charging lots. Over 50% overall installation costs. Lower overall installation costs. No trenching. Our inverters, our transformers or transformer upgrades. No lengthy electrical or utility permitting required. 13% more efficient with with the energy you generate, and battery storage integration options. Future-proof for grid tie. Well, I guess if you put the batteries on this device, then you could still handle your AC with just an inverter rather than an all-in-one. Try Pretty Park. Power optimization. Okay, so they sounds like they do have an MPPT. Rapid shutdown, PLC panel level data. All right. And it looks like they have the solar optimizers as well. He's got a video. Solar is infinite, but our capacity to capture it is not. That's true. Range anxiety, other mission. Subscribe to their newsletter. Here's where you can give them the 250 for pre-order. It looks like this. $22.49. Connect directly to solar canopy. Does say when. Direct DC coupled, no AC to DC conversion. Supports 12.5 kilowatts of PV input with 1 to 2 PV strings. DC EV charging with no inverter required. Max and CCS. Up to 98% efficient. Nice. Charge for free while the sun shines. How the pre-order is calculated. Pre-ordering with a fully refundable deposit provides you with a discount of 10% off the $24.99 USD price. Your final cost will be $22.49 plus applicable shipping and taxes. 15 days before your item is shipped, we will ask you for the balance of payment, or $19.99 USD plus shipping and taxes. All right. Oh, so you get a discount and then you pay the rest. So it's not a discount from the full price. Okay, yeah, I'm tracking. And then we saw a Tesla Semi in Europe for some reason. We talked about this last week and the week before, but now we've got pictures. It's not just there nebulously. I think the other article I included had a different angle of the truck, different picture. Tesla Semi has been spotted around Europe, around Germany, but it's not clear why, since the vehicle is unavailable in the region, or even in its home country. While officially in production since late 2022, the Tesla Semi is a rare sight in the US. Only about 100 units are estimated to be in operation, mainly in California. That's why it's surprising to see a Tesla Semi in Europe. Not so. They got to get it ready. So what's one unit off while they go figure out what they need to do? I think this is the video that if it doesn't play in the same window. So same truck, different angle. That's the one from the article I was going to show before we saw this one. So there's some more pictures of it. Tesla previously talked about bringing the Semi to Europe, but admitted that it's going to have to modify the truck to adapt it to European regulations. It sounded like they didn't expect many changes required, which is nice. Musk says that Tesla will bring the Semi to Giga Berlin. Top comment is, for now, we can only speculate, but if it's going to be built in Germany, then research into adapting it to Europe would have to start somewhere. Good point, yeah. Build it in Giga Berlin. Expected to bring the electric truck to production at a new factory being built outside Giga, Nevada. That's in progress. And is expected to be producing the Semi in volume series by late 2025. And then what they said at the shareholder meetings or briefings, is that it will be a substantial portion of the market's current production for semi trucks. So why is it in Europe now? It'll be displayed at the there you go. It'll be displayed at the upcoming IAA show in Germany next month. It could be as simple as that. Excuse me, but Tesla could also be bringing the Tesla Semi to Europe to start the work of adapting it to European trucking regulations as they begin the production planning at the Giga Berlin. Yep. Uh, Tesla has had that knowledge for years. This is true. The program used to be led by Jerome Gillen, an engineer for the Freightliner Cascadia development, years before starting at Tesla, and worked there until 2021. This is true. Tesla should cancel the Semi. That would be kind of stupid after you've already started building the building for it. They don't have any competitive advantage in that area. Really? They're currently the best electric Semi available by performance. Volvo and Daimler are way ahead with their EVs. You mean they got a head start like Rivian did on the pickup truck, which is now outsold by Cybertruck? And that every Tesla outsells all the rest of the market for EVs at least? So a real defeatist attitude right there. And they have the advantage of a more or less global existing sales and servicing network, which is critical for businesses that need them operational at all times. Tesla's got that, except in the states where it's illegal to do that. Fact is, trucks are much easier to electrify than cars as they're built on a ladder frame regardless. You don't really need to do any clever packaging, just hang batteries and boxes on the frame. There's plenty of room. You can do that, and others have done that, and their efforts haven't really kept up with what the Tesla Semi is doing. Tesla dominated the other trucks in last fall's industry electric truck test run on less. Yes. Tesla had far more range, charged faster, pulled more, and more powerful, and it was more efficient. It wasn't even close. Looks like the same level of powertrain domination Tesla has for autos. Yes. Yeah, but it also has 2 times the battery. Unlike the others, it's actually for sale to people instead of being a PR test. Yeah, but others were charging more for the batteries, and it doesn't necessarily have the biggest of the batteries. It's up there, but it's got what the truckers were asking for, rather than just meeting the requirements for the subsidies. Not sure what you mean by 2 times the battery. Regardless of the battery size, their drivetrain efficiency is much greater. The other trucks are for sale. Do you know anything? Um, you can order the other trucks. I don't know if you can get one, but you can order one. But I think you can still also order the Tesla Semi. We'll look at that next. Why? It should be in volume production next year and generating valuable revenue and profit. I am a Tesla shareholder. They don't have any competitive advantage in that area. No one else has a Class 8 or high gross vehicle truck in limited production with a proven 500-mile range fully loaded. There's that. I think the closest we saw was like 300 and change to them. Further, no one else has demonstrated capability to establish a network of chargers covering most of the world. There's that. Mega charging is a big deal for electric market development, and Tesla already has a design. Yeah, the others are still trying to ratify their plug. Tesla is using MCS2. The industry is finalizing MCS3, and that's what they want to use. But it should be easy enough to adapt to the Semi. Volvo and Daimler electric trucks have a lower range than the Tesla Semi, and the companies have no hope of developing a worldwide truck charging network. We know Tesla can do this when it needs to. Fast trucks are much easier. Fact is, trucks are much easier to electrify than cars. He says, why? There's nothing obvious. Long distance haulage trucks have to have significantly higher range, and you can sell EVs with a variety of ranges. Ours is only 72 miles. Used to drive around London mainly, with occasional forays outside of it. As of today, when choosing an ICE-powered truck, range is never a criterion. That's not true. It's not a large criteria, but you've got 2 main ranges that you see on the trucks. You got around 300 miles per fill and around 1,500 miles per fill. So I think there's also a 500 in there too, 500 or 750. So I mean, it is a consideration, but it's not top of the list. You can always stop and fill it up some more. The choice is made on the basis of primary use of the truck: cargo size, type, terrain, environment, and maintenance. Warranty, financing, relationship with the dealer, after-sales service, fuel efficiency, etc. Tesla will offer one model only to start, and paid by the revenues generated by one model only. Tesla will have to set up a complete network of fully owned dealerships, maintenance, and repair shops capable of competing in terms of customer service and established brands. I suspect that they'll just put the Semi in the Tesla shops with the large parking lots, and then they'll skip the ones that are like downtown or in a mall. And I'm sure you can order it right there on the phone or the computer just fine, just like all the others. Because long distance hauling is, at least in the USA, requires that trucks are serviced along the whole national highway system, encompassing 160,000 miles of highways distributed in the 48 contiguous states, plus two, and Puerto Rico, and Guam, and so on. What could possibly go wrong? Safe for an unlikely acquisition, Tesla shall be prepared to lose tons of money for many years to come before establishing itself as a profitable truck manufacturer. Yeah, but they got the cash to do it. Peter says the longer the journey distance, the more economic it is to have a more laden full-size rig doing the journey. This is just common sense. No expensive dealers. Tesla already has a network of service centers it can use. No. Most of the service centers are not set up to handle Semi. Can they? Some of them, yes. Some of them are too small. Electric truck maintenance costs are much lower than for an ICE truck with far fewer moving parts. There's no diesel engine to require oil changes, fuel system maintenance, or emissions tests. Electric motors typically need zero maintenance or near zero. Also, if they kept the armor glass in the Semi from the demonstrations, then you'll need less windshields every year. One drive motor per axle. It's not true anymore. Or I guess it does have one per axle, but they're not all on every axle. The steer axle doesn't have any power. It activates only one for cruising on the flat. The others use disconnecting clutches on steep uphill gradients. FSD, the requirement for repair should be much lower than fewer collisions. Tesla provides remote assistance to mobile servicing for BEVs. Same can be extended. Yes, the existing mobile techs can handle the Semi. You'll need to give them more tools, and the ones on the Model S's will need to up into the Model X's or Cybertrucks with a trailer. But they can do it. Tesla will offer one model only initially. Tesla is one of the few BEV makers who have decent gross margin for BEVs. The same is likely to apply for trucks in production. Yeah, it translates. Let's see if the Tesla turns out to be another Model Y or yet another Cybertruck. Cybertruck don't seem to be off to a bad start. No one else has Class 8 in limited production approved 500-mile range. Where's the else? Delete else. Oh, say not even Tesla. Tesla does. If you're Pepsi or one of the few partners, it already exists in your driveway. Well, in your warehouse lots. You have to believe this alleged test. There was no one who checked and confirmed this. In addition, if you install 1,200 kilowatts, so 1.2 megawatt in a prototype, what does that mean? Anyone can do that. Well, they haven't. Kilowatt hours into a prototype, 1.2 megawatt hours. But it was 900 kilowatt hours, as we've learned. The production Semi is supposed to start at the end of 2025. If it then starts, then we know Tesla's real world ranges from Cybertruck. 500 miles were promised there as well. But not on the one on sale. That one was not promised to be 500 miles. And he's right. They could change it for the Mark II when they start production, but hopefully they don't change that. A picture shows the truck heading east. My guess is that it arrived in one of the big ports in the Netherlands or Duisburg. A2 goes by Hanover and then becomes A10 before Berlin, and then goes around Berlin to Grunewald. So yeah, down near Gig Berlin. None of that was immediately urgent. They'll show the exhibition. So that's the IAA. I think we're done with the comments for now. Let's go on to the next thing. Oakland is now the first in the US to deploy a 100% electric school bus fleet, and it is vehicle to grid. As we've been talking about how you've got these giant batteries in these buses that just sit around all day, especially during the summertime. You could use them to help offset your costs or to power the school that they're parked at. And now you've got that in Oakland, of all places. I can't see the manufacturer on these, but they do look like the full-size buses. Student transportation platform Zum has provided Oakland Unified School District with a fleet of 74 electric school buses and bi-directional chargers, and the buses made their debut last week when school started. That is pretty darn cool. I don't know why they all parked at the chargers unplugged. It's a weird photo. PG&E has supplied 2.7 megawatts of load to Zum's Oakland EV-ready facility, and the fleet will be managed through Zum's AI-enabled technology platform. Oakland became the first in the nation to have 100% electric school bus fleets. Yeah, there's others that have like 1 or 10 buses, but not all of them. It's a huge win for Oakland community and the nation as a whole. The families of Oakland are disproportionately disadvantaged and affected by high rates of asthma and exposure to pollution from diesel fuels. And remember, a lot of the children are at diesel exhaust height. So, but for their nose. Oakland Unified District supplies buses for special needs students, and the student population at large gets free bus passes for public transit. That's kind of cool. Okay, so they'll have some full size and some smaller size, it looks like. The electric school bus fleet not only is emissions free, but it also plays a critical role as a virtual power plant, generating 2.1 gigawatt hours or 2.1 gigawatt hours of energy back to the power grid at scale annually. Here's how it works. And there's a video. It's got music. I will watch this later. Student transportation was the largest mass transportation system in the United States, moving 27 million students daily. Today, over 90% of the nation's 500,000 school buses run carbon-based fuels, releasing 8.4 million tons of greenhouse gases annually. And the largest comment by Dirk Diggler is bus drivers report that kids behave better on EVs at account of the quieter ride. People are not yelling over the diesel. There's that. The zone, which already has a presence in 14 states, says this next step is to electrify the school bus fleets of San Francisco Unified and Los Angeles Unified School Districts, which have fleets 3 and 6 times the size of Zum's Oakland fleet, respectively. It's good on ya. Didn't even realize about the behavioral issues. That makes sense. Also, the driver has more likely to hear them. Also makes me wonder how much this impacts the classroom and post-school that day attitude getting off the bus. It's a good question. That was you didn't really pay attention to it, but the thrum of that diesel really did start your day off pretty poorly. And then after you already had a hard day at school, you got to ride that thing again. I mean, the kids can make you miserable on their own, but then just add that, just like NVH, just thrumming along for minutes to hours. Yeah. You can charge overnight and also charge on existing excess solar from 9:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. or whenever the sun sets. I don't know how far up California is in California. Oakland is in California. If they're southern enough, they can have productive solar through 4 p.m. PG. Looks like at least some of the buses came from Lion Electric. I noticed that the other picture where they showed the short bus, the long bus was Lion. It's a tough business making BEV school buses. The deals don't happen quickly. Hopefully, Zum can help school systems get their BEV projects funded and running. And the full size school buses are expensive. Not just gas, but electric is more expensive. A lot more expensive. Yeah, it did look like some of them were Lion buses, although my eyes could be Lion. All these are funded by federal grants. Without that, this some company would not last. Maybe. A new version of software has been detected on Tesla 5. Version 2024.26 was just detected as downloading on a Tesla Cybertruck in Florida. So that's not the one I'm waiting on. Let's bring you guys back. And our federal textile is making kids healthier. No, that's money well spent. Yes. Coal mines and coal power plants last 35 years on federal grants and incentives. Without them, they would all be bankrupt 20 years ago already. Partially funded. These buses are 3 times as expensive as the diesel one, and they do have lower operating costs. Yep. More importantly, we consider the cost of vehicles. We don't include environmental costs, the externalities, right? Diesel buses contribute to asthma and other illness. Studies have shown that. Sorry, it looks like there's somebody in the waiting room. So it's shown that the air inside a bus is significantly affected. This is true. And if we had a carbon tax on the diesel buses and fuel price, the price would be different. Price difference would be a lot smaller. Yes, but would the government have to pay those taxes? Over time, the cost of buses is dropping and will eventually reach parity with diesel. I guess on the ones that have a private school fleet, then yeah, they would pay, but will the government ones? Rudy says the buses are from BYD. Possibly, but as we saw, there wasn't a Lion Electric in that one photo. I was looking at the video provided by Zum, which has a Lion bus in the still frame. Perhaps, as you said, the one in Oakland has BYD. Correct. Zum has at least one Lion bus. All the buses used for Oakland are from BYD. Okay. Good to know. All right, that's enough of them. Let's leave this open because I want to watch the video. We already watched this one. Let's go to. We talked about the Tesla Semi. I don't know how I got that one in there 4 times this week. School bus fleets. Oh, well, so it would have been next anyway. Rivian suspends EDV production due to parts shortage. The electric delivery van has been on pause while they wait for parts. Question I had was what parts? And excuse me, how well they're selling. There was an article, I don't know if we included, that talked about, oh, that's in here right here. Amazon ordered 100,000 EDVs, and they already have, I think they said 10,000 or 15,000 of them. 13,500 on US streets 2 years later. Amazon has launched the EDVs in Europe. Really? I didn't realize that. That's kind of cool. Amazon accounted for nearly a fifth of Rivian's revenue alone. They hit another hurdle as production scales in normal. According to Reuters, they have paused EDV production because of a part shortage. Part shortage has temporarily impacted EDV production, a company spokesperson said in an email on Friday. See, this is what happens when you have a company spokesperson. You can talk to them instead of getting a poop emoji. We expect to recover all missed production. They explained that the part shortage would not affect the R1S and R1T production. That's interesting because the EDV uses a lot of those vehicles as a platform. So whatever is missing is unique to the EDV. Pivotal time for a part shortage. RJ Scaringe says that the company's Q2 earnings call that the plant retooling was a pivotal operation for event for Rivian. Scaringe explained that upgrades cut 35% off of the cost of materials for the EDVs. So it's cheaper, and now you can't make it at all right now. They built 9612 vehicles in the second quarter with the plant shutdown, and that's down from 17,500 in Q4 and 13,980 in the first quarter. I like this wrap. Deliveries were flat from Q1. Top comment from Pedro. I think you're confusing production with sales. By the end of Q2, Rivian had sold over 27,000 R1s, so they need to sell around 30,000 to meet their 2024 goals. Taking into account the factory shutdown and subsequent manufacturing efficiencies, it looks like an easy goal to meet. It can be. So they plan to double it with the Georgia line. Whenever they build that. Neato. All right, let's keep trucking. We're getting there. A white Tesla Roadster prototype was reportedly spotted in LA parking garage, according to Techie blog. I mean, that certainly looked like it. During the most recent earnings call, Musk said that an updated second generation Tesla Roadster will be showcased later this year. And if this white prototype spotted in an LA parking garage is any indicator, the event seems to be on track. It doesn't look any different than the one we saw already, but it might have more production ready guts. This model is expected to have a range of around 620 miles with room for 4 passengers and possibly an optional rocket assisted launch system developed by SpaceX. Cold gas thruster, compressed air. But it doesn't make it not a rocket, but that implies combustion, and there will be none of that. Pricing should start at approximately 200,000 US dollars, with production beginning in 2025 for a debut as a 2026 model year. I'll blame my breath on any of that. Price has probably gone up, and who knows when it's actually going to arrive. Tonight, we radically increased the design goals for the new Roadster. There will never be another car like this, if you could even call it a car. We'll see. Dear Billy Boy. We need content for that anyway. I just had the Peterson like 2 weeks ago and saw it there. Like most car guys, we noticed the basement of the vault. Nice try. This will still take some time. Oh, he's suggesting that this is inside the Peterson Museum and that there is not any there to this story. Yeah. Yeah, that definitely could be the Peterson Museum parking garage. And yeah, then that makes us less there than we thought. The folks who paid in advance for the Tesla Roadster have been quite patiently waiting for delivery about 5 years now, as well as the free ones. Teasing this prototype being out in a public garage indicates either a private sale or a very unprofessional member of the design team leaking out unauthorized photos of the product before an official public announcement. Plus, it's the basement of the Peterson, and it's the same one we've already seen numerous times. Either way, highly probable you can't expect a reliable product same as what's happening with the Cybertruck, which suddenly stops intermittently and the screen just flashes red and advises you to contact the service department. Early adopters. Although you'd expect it to not do those things. Anyone has any doubts about this being the storage basement of the Peterson? Here's a link to it currently off display. Oh, it's a link. It's not a parking garage, it's a storage basement of the Peterson. Nice try. It's not new. Did you even bother looking at the cars parked around it? It's full of various special or experimental cars. It's most likely a Tesla facility, not some LA garage. Not a parking garage, it's the vault of the Peterson. So let's look at the photo. And oh, it just took over that tab, so that's fine. No, thank you. Tesla off display, 19 Cybertruck. Tesla off display, 17 Roadster 2.0. Tesla off display, 21 Model S Plaid Nuremberg. Yeah, but this one you can go see at the Tesla store. Not that exact one, but yeah. Okay, good. Oh well. Asai Westfall to partner on autonomous yard tractors and electric semi-trucks. So here, we're talking about shipping yards, not your yard, your garden. This will be interesting to see. If needed, help fill any labor shortages you may have, and help keep the shipping running, because that's part of why everything is so expensive right now. It's still recovering from the supply crunch. Interesting. Surprised they kept like that much of the cab shape, because the Volvo version is just this like sled down below. This one I get, because then if you want to manually control it, you've got it. But why does it need all this just to look like a regular truck? They're using a multi-sensor fusion approach. That's really as far as I wanted to go with that article. Here's the picture. Here's what they're doing. Done. Case introduces new 580-volt electric backhoe. So this one is just like it looks like. 580 volts. They're giving construction fleets more ways to meet ever-tightening emissions and noise regulations with the world's first electric backhoe. I don't know that you could say that first. We've seen smaller ones on sale, like Chinese ones, that sort of thing. Maybe it's the first of that size. Carries the same dimensional loading and digging specifications and breakout forces as the popular four-wheel drive, diesel-powered 580 SN, but it swaps the 97 horsepower combustion engine and fuel tank for an 80 kilowatt electric drive motor backed by 400 volt, 71 kilowatt lithium-ion battery pack. Oh, so it's not 580 volts; it's the 580 EV is the model. So 580 or 580 EV. It's 400 volt, 71 kilowatt hour lithium-ion pack. So it's a Model 3. Operators already familiar with the Case's 580 SN will find the new 580 EV familiar enough. It uses two independent electric motors for the power drive transmission and hydraulic pumps feeding the loader, backhoe, and steering system. So it's still hydraulic, it's not electric for the working bits, but the hydraulic pump has been replaced with electric motor, and it sounds like the four-wheel drive is still just one motor instead of two. They might see some efficiencies to do two electric motors, for one for drive front, one for drive rear, and then a separate one for the hydraulics. And then eventually, if you replace the hydraulics with something else, as we saw with Starship, where it had hydraulic flaps, and then they switched them for electric flaps, if they've got the room and budget to do such a thing. Power lift, load boost, and electro-hydraulic controls improve precision, and ease of use on the job site. There it is, just doing work. You'll see that once you start crunching the numbers on the amount of service cost and service downtime it saves you, because there's no internal combustion engine to service. This is a key benefit of EV, and something that you should be sure not to overlook when you're calculating the total cost of ownership for this machine. Courtesy of the Case website. Is it Case or Kacey? I don't know. Some people spell Kacey that way. The article admits one of the most important aspects, runtime. I had to dig through the specs on the Case website, and it is 4 to 8 hours, depending on usage, and 7 hours to fully recharge. So expect about 4 hours of hard use in a day, and don't forget installing a charger on your job site too. Diesel generator. Very few construction sites are conducive to electric equipment, and this will be specialized use machine for indoors, nighttime, and quiet zone applications. I think Case will sell a few of these. I think he's a little pessimistic, but I do think that yes, they will sell some. To be honest, I think 48 hours is optimistic unless this thing is idling for half the time. Not to be a hater, but 70 kilowatt hour is just kind of low. Normal hydraulic power draw for digging and lifting loads is generally between 10 to 25 kilowatts, and driving is another 10 to 20 easily. So even at the optimistic 20 kilowatts of average power usage, you're looking at 30.5 hours. And now if you're idling for half the time, there's a reasonable 7 hours, depending on how well they are keeping hydraulic power draw down during idle. But again, that's assuming the low end of power. And on the high end, we're looking at maybe 3 hours. Also surprised by the lack of support for DC fast charging. I don't see much of a reason not to include that from a consumer's perspective. Still, it definitely has its applications. So if it doesn't have DC fast charging, I wonder if this will be one of the ones where we see where you can like use a forklift to manually swap the batteries. That would be a good reason not to have fast charging. if you have battery swap. New. Wasn't this announced in 2020 and even sold to several customers? You guys even reported on it back then. See below. Well, now it's out there. I think it's new in the sense that it's actually available now to purchase. Like going to their website, I do see a brochure and more specs to find, whereas before, it wasn't even really a page for this machine. Industry first. Yeah, that's why I've said about first too. Continuing on. Next up, we've got my comment on this one was this is either going to end in disaster or riches. As we wait for it to load from inside EVs. Sounds like we've got the bad load balancer. So let's go on to the next thing while we wait. This one is by Ashok, talking about FSD. News. Tesla has added hardware 3 support with version 12.5.1.4. And Ashok is the lead of Tesla Autopilot and AI right now. And he says, we were able to achieve similar performance as the AI 4 12.5 release with a relatively smaller model for AI 3. Also, now they are calling it AI 3. Elon had said they weren't going to rename it from Hardware 3 to AI 3. And then everybody started doing that. And nobody said anything. And then now they are doing it internally as well. Deploying the larger model requires us to implement a few kernels in the compiler to emulate the same operations that are natively supported on AI4 hardware. The team is actively working on implementing and verifying those operations. Combined with the other model compression techniques, we think we can run the same 12.5 model on both the hardware platforms in the future. But not right now. Right now, right now AI3 is running a lesser version. That said, the model parameter count is just one of the many axes of performance improvement. Dataset distribution, dataset quality, model architecture, training compute, etc., all have tremendous impact on the final performance. So in the future, he expects them to run the same system. Now they're appreciate the insight. Thanks for the update. Will Hardware 3 or AI3 cars be upgraded in the future to be added to the Robotaxi network? Well, he just said that they'll run the same thing. Incredible. Tell your team they're grateful for their hard work. Good to hear. Excited to hear. Excited to compare on our AI3 and 4 Model Ys. Progress you're making is amazing. Thanks for the detailed updates. Basically, this is 12.5 Lite with hardware 3, possibly getting the full version in the future. Yes. You did what? You opened what? Whatever you open, it looks like you're covered in flour. This sort of sounds like 12.5 might be the limit for AI3 chips. How are you hearing that? He just said that he thinks they'll be the same thing. Translation: whiners can shut up. When should I realistically expect to receive 12.5 on my 2022 Model 3, 2023 Hardware 3 Model X? Should be about now. I'm seeing that the Palladium cars are getting it. What I want to know is when I'll get it on my Hardware 2, or sorry, my Hardware 3 MCU2 Model X. So let's see if they rip into shreds for that. I expect further improvements. Notice the last paragraph from Ashok. In my experience, improving the training data can actually make the optimizations better in the future. AI models are very different than traditional code. Depends on when the next parameter count occurs. Until that is required, current models will continue to support the same future releases. I suspect we'll see a little bit more maximizing of Hardware 3's capabilities and emulation before it truly hits the ceiling sometime in 2026. So it's a good estimate. Who was the last person who got a lot of black? I think it's pretty clear, yes, that based on how difficult it is to get Hardware 3 fully run in the 12.5 model. most likely, especially with how hard it is to get them to go from 12.5 natively to run on AI 3. All the faith in Tesla AI team, AI 3 is probably going to give them a lot of issue going forward. Maybe he said he thinks it'll be fine running the same stuff. It's just not as capable as AI 4. This is true. AI 4 probably has a shot with AI 5 possibly being in the future. Elon said don't count on AI 5 anytime soon. I can see why they jumped to it then, because he says not to do a lot of stuff, and then it happens. All right, so none of this is useful for us. Continuing on. Ashok discusses challenges and those Tesla AI team hardly overcome, has already overcome, uh, achieving similar performance on HW3 and 4 vehicles with full self-driving supervised 12.5 and beyond. Scroll up in the thread for context. Mr. Oliver Lunacy says, none yet on my 22 Model YP. Just 12.3.6 that recently decided it wants to hug the reflectors even more. Oh no. Mine actually went off the road last night. There was a corner, a sweep, where it was hugging the white lines like it always does, and then it said boop, boop. And it did it so fast I was not ready for it. Thankfully, there was nowhere near a curb because had it been, it would have got scratched. But had it been near a curb, I would have been watching it even tighter. I was like, is it gonna make it? That looks kind of tight. Oh, we ate a little bit of dirt there. And we're talking like maybe 4 or 5 inches total. So it probably went like that much off the road. It was still not something it's ever had a problem with on that corner before. So it was. I'm not. I don't know how I want to phrase that, but I probably would have done the same because there was smuts in the road. Somebody had something metallic in the middle of the where the car normally makes its turn, and I don't know if the car was adjusting for that or not. I was getting ready to steer in such a way that this obstacle would have been uh, but under the battery rather than what the car did was just push further to the right of it and kind of clip the edge of the roadway. I would not have gone that way because I don't leave the road surface unless I'm going slower than than the car was, and so I'm wondering if the car was taking that into because that's why I wasn't ready for it to go off the road. I was ready for it to do something else so I could take over to not hit the obstacle. But man, I can't wait to get off 12.3.6 just for that alone because I'm riding through the swamps, and some of the swamps have the rumble strips in the fog line, and the car is on the fog line. So you're. So what I've learned is that since I've got that aftermarket yoke, I just push harder on the left nub, and the car will listen. It'll kind of center back until there's like a car or truck passing, and then it doesn't care what I'm doing. It'll push forward, and so what I do if it's like in the swamp, what I'll do is I'll just steer out of auto steer until I pass the car and then turn it back on. And yes, this is the motion for me because I don't have the button. Yeah, yeah. Weird because switching to autopilot profile fixes it, so it's not camera calibration. Ah, yeah, I don't think it's camera calibration because mine has never had a real issue with like the phantom braking and stuff. I think it's just the way it processes stuff. But this will be interesting to watch, and I can't wait to try it out. And also glad to hear that I'm not just left out in the cold here. But I would like to see some other people with my hardware get it, so I know that it's happening. It's happening. Who is that? Ross Perot. All right, we talked about the Rivian EDV, so we don't need to talk about it now. Cybertruck core wheels are now available for Foundation Series orders. And I thought this was weird because as I showed you guys on my order form, I can get or could have got the core wheels, no problem. So my understanding is just that it wasn't included on the day one open to everybody Foundation Series orders. I didn't go through the configurator to see stuff like that, so I missed it, and I'm sorry. But here they are. You get 318 or 340 with the core wheels. Yep. That was all. There wasn't anything more to say about that. Um, General Motors Cruise unit has agreed to recall nearly. Oh, so I wasn't done with recalls. I'm sorry. Although this doesn't affect any of us. General Motors Cruise unit has agreed to recall nearly 1,200 robotaxis over hard braking issues. The U.S. Auto Safety Regulator said on Thursday, following a probe into the safety of their autonomous driving systems. It's still a recall, but I don't imagine it really works any different, except that they're also the dealer, so they can fix it. They're also the manufacturer, so again, they can fix it. This person says, "Why don't they just give up?" That's all we have to say about that. It doesn't affect us at all. Xiaomi says they have lost $9,200 for each $30,000 Speed 7 Ultra delivered. So, if you buy your car from a phone company, they're losing $9,200 per car, which is less than we heard that Lucid's losing per car. So, there's that. Volvo teases a refreshed XC90, EX90 updates, and a surprise or two. All right, well, we'll talk about it when they do it. And it's gone. What did I say is gone? It's gone. No sign of the charging station. Oh yeah, so we were talking about this earlier. Yep. So the Tesla Semi Mega Charger is gone without a trace, just as it appeared in the night. Tesla was chosen over Ford for $5 million Baltimore City EV fleet, which is the exact opposite we heard from that German firm that said that because Elon is very public about his politics, they don't want to support this company. Baltimore City said, we're going to see more savings with Tesla over Ford. This is what we pick. So, $5 million in sales. So it's decided to purchase EVs made by the industry-leading automaker for employee use. More and more city governments are using Tesla EVs to cut down fuel and maintenance costs, helping to push taxpayer dollars to other things. Several police departments across the world have also decided to transition to at least some EVs, and with many are already seeing cost savings after varying times of use. Yeah, some in the first year, some in the first 3 years, but they all have showed savings. Except Hertz, for whatever reason. Hertz is complaining and saying we lost money. Either because their customers crash more than police officers and such, or because their model included reselling the cars, and they bought them at the height of the pandemic and resold them right after prices returned to normal. So, bad luck. The Baltimore city government has taken the jump as the board of estimates voted to spend up to $5 million on EVs built by Tesla. It has been using EVs for 6 years, but this will be the first time it'll be using Tesla-built vehicles. The minutes of the meeting show that initially the city wanted to buy Ford Mustang Mach-E's. However, they were deemed not needed because they're considered SUVs. They are. Vendors were solicited, posting on the city buy. So these probably all be Model 3s then, if those are considered SUVs, because the Model Y is also considered an SUV. Vendors were solicited by posting on City Buy, eMaryland Marketplace, and in local newspapers. 2 bids were received and opened on April 3rd, 2024. Both were responsive and responsible. Waldorf bid electric Mustangs, which are considered SUVs and are not needed. Thus, the award is recommended to be made to Tesla to supply the EV passenger cars/sedans. So definitely Model 3, because if they're driving around Model S's, then they're wasting some money. Just saying, Model S is a nice car. It's a big car. Model 3 will do the job. Oh, I smell French fries. Delicious. This contract has 2 one-year renewal options, and at the sole discretion of the city. The above amount is the city's estimated requirement. However, the vendor shall supply the city's entire requirement, be it more or less. So, if they don't spend $5 million, you still got to supply the cars for the contract. If they spend more, I'm guessing you gotta do it at the same price. That's the only way that makes sense. Not the 5 million, but price per unit. You can't like raise the price just because they went to um, we need 100 more cars or whatever. Model 3 and Y will be utilized for the fleet. The Model Y is the SUV. You just said you, unless it's because the Mach-E is all SUV, so that's not allowed. Whereas the Model 3 and Y allows them to pick what the use of the car is. That will make sense. The allotted amount of the 5 million would be enough to buy 147 Tesla vehicles. Baltimore has made several steps to increase its use of EVs as a whole, even working towards using electric school buses for some students. As we talked about with Oakland. All right. And oh wait, no, not done with that. It finally loaded. So this one that we were trying to load earlier, Inside EVs, Tesla Cybertruck. This guy bought 5 and just ordered 20 more. And I had said, what about this? I said, this is either going to end in disaster or riches. That's what I said. Now what did I do with my cursor? Baltimore. Bought 5, just ordered 20 more. Turo Host is stockpiling 25 Cybertrucks, hoping that they'll bring home some big returns. Spoiler, they already are. So he's paid off one of the Cybertrucks from the Toro rental fees. However, he bought 25 others, or 24 others. When the Cybertruck first appeared on the rental platform in Toro this year, it was still somewhat of a hot new commodity. Fans were curious, so the hosts cashed in on the opportunity. The ability to spend 1,000 a day in one of the flashiest cars to hit the roads in a generation. Some of them were YouTubers. And at least for now, one tour host in Jersey City, the Cybertruck's soaring rental popularity is a goldmine. It's possible that nobody is betting big on Turo Cybertrucks like Dustin Liu, who operates a rental fleet of 90 cars. Oh my goodness. 90 cars. So he must have a bunch of employees to help keep these things ready. 65 of which are listed on Turo. His fleet is stationed in a sprawling parking lot in Jersey City's Newport neighborhood, right by the Hudson River. So he's basically started his own rental enterprise on the back of Turo, and now he's switching it to Cybertruck, basically. Lou has leased 5 aisles to park his cars and has something for every customer, not just those who want to try the Cybertruck for life. His fleet includes Toyota RAV4 Hybrid, Tesla Model Y and Model 3, Mercedes GLEs and GLCs, multiple Range Rovers, and a bunch of Chevy Corvette Stingrays and convertible Ford Mustangs. You might know what he's doing here. Still, like I said, could end in disaster or could end in riches. Among others. Yet the 5 Cybertrucks are the newest and priciest additions to his fleet. The dual motor Foundation Series Cybertruck costs $100,000 a pop, and he was the first Cybertruck Turo host in New York City metro area earlier this year, and now EVs are bringing in bucket loads of cash. So Lou has spent about $500,000 on 5 Cybertrucks, plus reservation fees on 20 more that he has ordered. He has 5, 20 more coming. Now that they've been on sale in force, Cybertruck listings are ubiquitous on Turo. They're available in most U.S. cities from Seattle to Albuquerque to Memphis to Austin. For half a day price, owners for half the daily price owners initially charge for rentals, so $500 instead of $1,000. Yet it's an increasingly popular way to experience such an unusual vehicle without actually buying one. Cybertruck means different things to different people. Tesla fans love it, and others think it's a poor design plagued with quality issues and recalls. And for some, it's a symbol of the culture wars and far-right politics, a manifestation of controversial CEO himself. But for Lou, it's a great truck and draws crowds, and it's good for business, regardless of the politics and culture wars attached to it. There's a synchronized light show. He was one of the early reservation holders. He placed a deposit when Musk first showcased the machine at a pomp and pageantry filled. So he was day one. Let's see. Versus me, I was morning one. I knew the Cybertruck was going to make money, wearing a black half-sleeve hoodie, gray shorts, and headphones wrapped around his neck. Not ordinary. Blah, blah. So there's one of them. I bet you he wrapped it just because of the fingerprints. That's what I'm seeing with a lot of rental folks. No matter how hard you clean it, it's just not up to what some of the renters want. His 5 Cybertrucks have a high utilization rate. In other words, they're almost always on the road, rented by people who haven't experienced it, as Tesla started official test drives only recently. This is true. In 4 months, the combined rental income of his trucks have helped him recover the price of an entire truck. The 5 trucks, believe it or not, since April have made $120,000 already. So that's a cyber beast. He said, pointing his finger to the Turo app on his iPhone screen, showing the income generated from one of the rentals. Since April, I've made $30,000 on just that one vehicle. Now he thinks there's potential to earn even more, so he's ordered 20 more Cybertrucks, bringing his total to 25. Inside EVs has verified both his earnings on the existing trucks and the number of orders he's placed. So they're saying he's not just saying things for social, which some other folks have been accused of doing. He also shared his June earnings in a public Facebook post. Lou doesn't know when the remaining trucks will be delivered. He's not buying the foundation models again. Yeah, that would not be a financially smart move to do, because they're about to drop in price major. And again, was eager for the more affordable versions Tesla once promised, but that may never happen. Tesla has removed the $60,000 rear-wheel drive from the flip side. We talked about this. The base model will come back. It may take a while, as we saw with Model Y and Model 3, but it'll happen. All right, recapping history. How many words did you need for your article? All right, you can read the rest over at Inside EVs if you want to. Renting out motor vehicles is a high-risk proposition. The potential liability is huge, easily 8 figures. Then there are the other economics of renting out EVs. But yeah, the big rental companies have gotten it all wrong. Sarcasm. He'll probably find out soon enough, just like Airbnb, that Turo puts in the least amount of effort with minimum viable product and takes advantage of both owners and renters. They do. Yeah, Hertz got rid of their old CEO and most of their Tesla fleet. Sarcasm, right. He's a dumpster aficionado. Anyway. Tesla Semi in Europe. That's that video we saw that I talked about, so we'll move on. German auto lobby recommends ending all fossil fuel cells by 2045. There is still no mandate in the US. And I don't think anywhere in Europe, really, for that matter, other than Norway next year. The main lobby group of the German automobile industry has recommended that all fossil fuel cells be ended in Germany by 2045, but it's still advocating for less efficient e-fuels over rapid electrification. I don't understand the Germans' obsession with e-fuels. I mean, other than obviously they get to charge more for the e-fuels, but if you thought $36 a kilogram was bad for gray hydrogen, you're going to love the price of the e-fuels. Although that might be something that you can scale up faster than hydrogen, because you can just dump it into existing pumps, containers, and cars. But producing the fuel is... If you thought that the numbers on hydrogen were bad, the numbers on e-fuels are also not good. As far as efficiency and the fact that you're still putting out pollution locally. It's that part. It's how American lobbyists often operate. Said that the European Union's guidance on fuels do not go far enough, but need to be stricter if it wants to reach the goal of climate neutral traffic by 2045. That would make it easier to turn the fleet, though, if you don't have to get rid of the cars. We'll see what happens. Electric says, we've seen various efforts to stop the sale of new combustion engine vehicles by 2035, which have been repeatedly argued should be sooner, yes. And some countries have indeed targeted earlier timelines. Is that Ethiopia and Norway? Yep. Norway bans gas cars from 2025, and the target is others. And then Ethiopia is done. That said, the context of arguing in favor of greater e-fuel adoption means that this is a call by the VDA isn't as entirely ambitious as it might originally seem. Yes. The VDA is correct that current vehicles will remain on the road for a long time, and that a solution that allows them to decarbonize, or I don't know that you can call that decarbonizing, reduce their carbon, would be beneficial. We share this worry. We share the worry that e-fuels are simply a way to maintain the current industry practices, exactly, at a higher price, and also with less competition. Because right now, any country that strikes oil can participate for the most part. Whereas if you have a manufactured artificial fuel, they can restrict the competition a little more. I can totally see them doing that. Let's get some light up in here. I restarted the computer and everything moved around, as it is wont to do. There it is. Now, some light. Oh, okay. Mr. Oliver Carlunas, he says, plus storing bulk hydrogen locally does not seem great. Or does seem great. Sorry, it's on there's like a heart over the last word there. Oh, it doesn't seem great. So yeah, it does not seem great. Yeah, but the e-fuels is basically just regular gas and diesel that they used something like the Sabatier process to manufacture. So you've then basically done the hydrogen from the air thing, but with gasoline and diesel. So you're gonna need the different grades of it. I don't know how you're gonna get your lubricating oils. Probably just from the ground, like you always do. I get that's a way to keep some of the cars on the road, and hopefully the high price just pushes more people to EVs. So I don't want to say don't do it, but it doesn't seem like worth the effort for this very very temporary solution. Regardless, we must naturally agree with VDA that fossil fuel cells need to end by 2045. John Slow says, I just can't comprehend how e-fuels will ever make sense on any kind of scale. Take 100 kilowatts hours of electricity, turn it into 33.4 kilowatts of fuel, and then lose 2/3 of that to heat. Yes. Another way of looking at it is using the electricity to make an EV go 100 miles or an ICE go 10. Yeah. Even with current biofuels, the energy numbers are questionable. In terms of scale, we've got a whole farm system set up to produce as much corn as possible through subsidized crop insurance and tons of fossil fuel produced fertilizer. This huge system delivers about 11% of the US gasoline. Summary. I believe e-fuels are mostly a scam that auto companies are using, especially Porsche, using today to delay the transition to electric, yes. And I think in 5 years, they will still be talking about how well e-fuels are coming along. Yeah, just like the hydrogen. 30 years, 30 years, 30 years. 10, 20 years, whatever they say now. But it was 30 years forever for the longest time. So I think in 5 years, they'll still be talking about how well e-fuels are coming along and putting stories out there in the news, but very little will have been accomplished. Spot on. I need to find your comment and give you an update. Frankly, earlier would be good. There's genuinely no time too early to end fossil fuel sales, and no pace too quick to reduce them. The magnitude of harm that the climate change will otherwise cause, and the cost of trying to reduce it, which will only increase as time goes on, as dictate this. And then also don't forget, even if you don't want to look at the climate stuff, look at we saw at Oakland, the kids with the mufflers in their face. Not like they're huffing it, but like as the buses go by, it's right at their face. And to see an auto industry organization at least acknowledge that fossil fuel cells need to end by 2045 completely in order to hit Germany's 2045 carbon neutralization goal and EU's 2050 goal is quite striking. We're used to industry organizations whining about every little thing, even the rules they claim to support, so it's nice to see a step in the right direction. But hopefully, German and EU regulators will go even further than what the VDA has asked, and don't rely so heavily on e-fuels to get to carbon neutrality, rather than increasing ambitions around electrification, public transport, and micromobility. So we were going to give that guy a thumbs up and move on. I don't, this e-fuels thing, I think it's, yeah, like you said, it's a scam. And I'm curious where they plan on actually going with this. Is that him with the scam? Yeah. As I said many times before, we went to the moon in less than 10 years. A transition from fossil fuel to electric cars should not take 20 years. It should not, but it will. 2045 is incredibly close to 2050. Yes, it is. The lunar program didn't involve abandoning an enormous industrial system that had existed for 100 years and that millions of people and companies relied on. Yes. This is fuel cells, so cars on the road, not new car sales. Yeah, so this is where these e-fuels will work, the existing cars. And then when you find out it costs you $300 to fill your tank, and you can get a Tesla Model 3 used for $13,000, or a used Leaf or new Leaf for $11 a month, that will help sell EVs. While at the same time, vroom vroom, gotta go, gotta hear it sound, gotta smell it. Okay, $300 a tank, enjoy. They want to replace it with e-fuel, not electric. So in theory, modernized will still work with e-fuel. Yes. E-fuels are the new hydrogen. Yes. Maybe I'll change my nickname to e-fuels last. E-fuels are 100% garbage. In the US, I could tell the difference between no, not E as in ethanol. E as in fake fuels, artificial fuels. But I could tell the difference between E10 and the normal since it was about 10% lower miles per gallon, 35 winter, 31 summer, and the Mini R55. I kept a careful log of. Yeah, but you're talking about the wrong thing. Uh, that's ethanol. Not e-fuels. It's basically these. Awesome. All right, and similar to the scam of green hydrogen, and they give us natural gas. Instead. All right, so no, I don't want to say it is because I don't know. It's basically, yep. You talked about 2045 right there, and difficult to tell if that's good or bad. These e-fuels might play a part, but personally, I think it's hyped. Blending those e-fuels can reduce dependence, and that's what they're going to go for. Oh, this is so hard. Do you want to spend $300 a tank? How about we blend it with natural gasoline? It'll only be $100 a tank. Do you want that? That's what they're going for. That or keep out the Saudis and whoever else with the gas from the ground, and you buy e-fuels, and they own the pipeline. Like Porsche and a couple others have already talked about how they're doing it. So Cruise hits again. Uber will use GM's Cruise robotaxis. Okay. We talked about Tesla rolling out FSD 12.3.6.1 to legacy Model S and X owners. So everybody around me has got their update. All right, let's click on it and see what they say. So we talked about this when we talked about the summer update, and now it's finally happening, apparently. If you got the Tegra processor, then you are getting the update. A legacy Tesla Model S owner with MCU1 shared the screenshot of his vehicle's center touchscreen showing the 12.3.6 update download notification on Reddit. It's happening! Semi in Europe, we talked about extensively. All right, here we go. People are getting 12.5.1 on their vehicles. 0.5. That's Zach, Black Model 3, and 12.5.1.5 on his Hardware 3 Model 3. And so on and so forth. Except for me and Mr. All Electric Car Lunacy. We get skipped. Tesla Cybertruck shares rescue sheets for first responders. I downloaded this, but did not look at it. It's showing which your low voltage and high voltage circuits are, and probably your cut point, a number of other things. We're going to talk about this. Tesla Semi full self-driving spotted near Giga, Nevada. That's already on our list, so we'll go there next, I suppose. Let's take a look at this PDF real quick. Wes Morrill, Cybertruck lead engineer and director of engineering, reliability test, and analysis at Tesla, said on Thursday the company's first responder information website has been updated with details for Cybertruck after concerns were brought up about missing info. Key points include identification of the vehicle, noted that the Cybertruck lacks external badging and may silently move even when it appears off. The sheet emphasizes the importance of personal protective equipment and provides instructions for immobilizing and stabilizing the vehicle, including using specific lift points and avoiding the high voltage battery area. To disable potential fire hazards, the first responders are advised to access the vehicle by opening the hood and double cutting the first responder loop, followed by disconnecting the 48-volt battery. Tesla warns not all high voltage components are labeled, so this caution is necessary. The sheet also addresses challenges such as accessing occupants after a collision, dealing with laminated glass windows, and handling the vehicle in case of a fire or submersion. Notably, Tesla advises against using firefighting foam on the batteries because it's a waste of money and it doesn't do the job. Firefighting foam is kind of full of air, so it doesn't really do the job of what you want. You want water on it because water will help cool it down below the self-ignition temperature. And foam costs a lot of money compared to just water. Recommending large amounts of water instead. And recommends monitoring the HV battery for at least 24 hours post-incident due to the risk of re-ignition. For towing and transportation and storage, Tesla highlights the importance of checking the HV battery temperatures, storing the vehicle at least 50 feet away from other structures after a fire, and first responders can find additional information and support through Tesla's dedicated channels, including a hotline and email at firstresponderssafety.tesla.com. So I was going to scan through the thing, but that sounds like the highlights that we would have got anyway. That Cybertruck in Massachusetts has installed its software. It's downloaded. All right, continuing on. Tesla Semi seen testing full self-driving at Giga, Nevada. So I kind of hinted at autopilot. Autopilot is a part of full self-driving. Yeah, that's one way to describe it. It's available on its own. And it was spotted undergoing testing near Giga, Nevada this week, causing many online to ask whether the vehicle could be testing autopilot and FSD. On Saturday, drone operator Giga Nevada Observer, so Quad Squad Zengler, shared footage and images of Tesla Semi with data collection devices seemingly related to FSD tests. While Tesla's electric semi-trucks feature hardware capable of using autopilot and FSD, just like the Cybertruck, the system is still being configured for Semi, and so these tests could be part of that development. Some users in the thread said the hardware could also include LiDAR, so likely to test the system against Tesla camera-based vision on which autopilot and FSD supervised are based. So basically, they do the LiDAR for truthing, so they want to compare what the truck thinks it saw versus what a calibration equipment saw. All right. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's also possible that it's still being manually driven, and they're just comparing what the computer thought it saw to what what was actually there. Another semi with LiDAR collection rig was spotted in June, sparking similar speculation. Okay, there you go. Excuse me. Why the title when the article raised the question, causing many online to ask? Yes, I agree. You're a conditioned to clickbait consumer. Now you read the label. The final Tesla Semi will be seminal. You got the penultimate version, but once we've had the final version next, the fully autonomous version won't need a cabin. It'll be influential, phenomenal, possibly. Check multi-stream real quick. Stream's still looking good. Let's change this back to YouTube. I'm gonna change this back to the article. I think back to the notes. In the home stretch, I think. Where about? Yeah, there it goes. All right, BYD is the seventh largest automaker. We talked about them. Got a X post I found on my phone. What does it say? News! While Jeff Bezos is spending billions on an attempt to launch his own satellite service called Kuiper, his $500 million mega yacht is equipped. It's named Kuru. Is equipped with Starlink antennas, and so there we can see those Starlink antennas. Starlink flat mount. They're not even the old ones. That's all. Cinema in Europe again. I got a lot of repeats this month. Or this week. Tesla confirms FSD 12.5 for Hardware 3 card. I have one more recall. The Fisker Ocean gets its fifth recall for software glitch after affecting regenerative braking. And I still question how they plan to get this done in bankruptcy with technicians being fired, and like Canada has no technicians anymore. That sort of thing. So, once again, involves all the cars. The recall documented under Transportation Canada recall number 2024.4-470 and NHTSA recall number 24 Victor-623 involves 8,026 cars. 281 of them are in Canada, with 7,745 of them in the US. Vehicles manufactured between February 9th, 2023 and March 13th, 2024. So, if their systems are working, this is a software update recall. No details, I'm sorry. Fisker explains that when driving over bumps or uneven road surfaces, drivers may experience a momentary reduction in negative motor torque, known as regenerative braking torque. So, we saw this on Prius and Volt and a couple other hybrids where if you're coming to a stop and you hit a pothole or a patch of ice, the car will release the regen and you had just the physical brakes, which would feel like the car was surging, especially if you're coming up to a red light or somebody in front of you. This sounds like that, and on those cars it was on purpose. The reduction lasts approximately 740 milliseconds and create the sensation that the vehicle is accelerating, even though no actual acceleration occurs. This is exactly that. During this brief period, drivers may need to press the brake pedal harder to achieve the expected deceleration, leading to an unusual and potentially alarming brake feel. So I guess EVs are not allowed to do that. I could have sworn that my Model S did it once or twice, like, hey, regen reduced to traction or whatever, but it wasn't common. But also, on all Teslas, the brake pedal doesn't change what the physical brakes are doing versus regen, because regen's not on the brake pedal. Fisker emphasized that despite the software glitch, the drivers still have full access to the vehicle's friction braking system, and that is responsible for most of the braking power. However, the inconsistency in braking performance could increase the risk of a crash, particularly in situations requiring precise or emergency braking. The issue was first brought to Fisker's attention in December of 23, following discussions with NHTSA. After several months of investigation, Fisker has agreed to initiate a voluntary recall to adjust the problem. The remedy involves a software update designated as OS 2.2, which will be delivered to affected vehicles via an over-the-air software update. So it is an over-the-air software update, but companies on the rocks. This vehicle will modify the brake module software to prevent the drag torque control feature from activating due to road disturbances. This recall is the fifth for the Fisker Ocean since its production began, with three recalls both affecting 2023 and 24 models. Previous recalls included issues with door handles and other software glitches. Read the full recall below. So a friend of mine is looking to get out of his Fisker, and um, he's found a promising angle to do so. We'll see if he's successful. Here's another thing that was announced that's probably going to get canceled when Elon finds out about it. Uh, Tesla has launched an Amazon storefront in Canada, very similar to when they went Costco in uh, Singapore. Uh, very own Amazon storefront in Canada, giving Tesla and EV owners opportunity to purchase wall connector and universal connector through the online retail giant. I don't know if they'll stop this one, but I have a feeling he probably will. Now you can do that with Tesla. Fast shipping, easy return. Yeah, that part I will like over the Tesla shopping experience. They just randomly show up at your door, sometimes quick, sometimes slow. No. Sometimes they'll give you a tracking number, sometimes they won't. So if they do it through Amazon, you'll at least get a consistent experience. And I'm wondering now if some of those differences are just based on. I probably wondered this in the past, but um, if it's based on the warehouse that ships your parts. Perhaps one warehouse just really sucks at getting tracking numbers and shipping updates, and the other is decent at it. I'm assuming they have more than one by this point, or more than two by this point. The prices are the same as if you buy them on Tesla's website, but as noted above, the biggest benefit through Amazon's fast shipping, especially for Prime members, and a simple return process. You can visit the Tesla storefront on Amazon here in Canada. I'm wondering how that works because they do sell through like Best Buy and Walmart and such like that, but it would either have to be the same cut that they already pay these people, or they would have to get something special for Elon to leave this up. I'll be the first to comment. I just said what I had to say. Uh, Tesla North says Tesla's made in America. Tesla continues to dominate the EV market in the US, outselling all other brands combined. So let's make this bigger. You got Toyota, Volkswagen, Mercedes, Cadillac, Nissan, BMW, Chevrolet, Hyundai, Rivian, Kia, Ford, Rest, and Tesla. So the rest would be the remainder. And they get to 47,000 cars. Tesla's at 61,000 cars for June of 2024. Good on them, not good on the others. Like, that's good for Tesla, but everybody needs to do better. I don't mind them being a big chunk, but when them being like all of the market is not good. Not good for the public. We talked about the Pearl program. Profitable cash furnaces. Yeah, so that's also a good point. You'll need a telescope to see who's in second place. It's huge. Is there a comment on that? No. Do you also have charts for China and Europe? That wouldn't make sense comparing Tesla to the rest. Tesla has 10% in China and 15% in Europe. So yes, you could. The US government is fixing and upgrading 4,500 charging points. So you guys may have seen some chargers out and about that are old, level 2 chargers, like library, government buildings, shopping centers, and they're just like old and in disrepair. Well, looks like the US government's got a program to fix them. Uh, Need Elon to head efficiency on this initiative, Nevi too. Ha ha ha. Uh, Sharp Lucid. The government is fixing and upgrading these charge ports. The U.S. Mr. Oliver Carlos, he says folks were sharing articles recently with Tesla at less than 50%. Must have been July, and I'm wondering if quarter end surges are coming back. Probably because Elon wanted to smooth out the quarterly and pushes, but never really got there. And yeah, so if they're including July, then yeah, Tesla would kind of fall off the cliff on those. So interesting, because this one was June, which was the last time the company reported. So if they're using like registration data or whatever to get July, then it totally makes sense because in July they're going to be doing export. In August they're going to start switching to domestic, but also still export. And then in September, uh, no, September's the start of the next one, isn't it? October, November, December. So yeah. So August is the last of the quarter. They're pushing now. That's when mine was delivered. September, August. Built August, delivered September. Either way, uh, yeah. So July would not include good data from the company itself, and most of it would be going overseas. Joint office broke ground on its EV charger reliability accessibility program, funded yesterday, an inoperable charging station in Washington, D.C. Okay, so in DC, they found a station that had been dead, and then they brought it back online. The repaired station will be able to charge 4 vehicles simultaneously using either CCS or NACS at speeds of 150 kilowatts. So they didn't just replace the L2 charger with another L2 charger. They made it into a DC fast charger. No. It's a dead 50 kilowatt charger. Okay, so up from its 50 kilowatt capacity. That was needed anyway, though, so that's good. Located near a convenience store in Riverfront Park Trails, Capital Bike Share Station. The station is well positioned to serve both residents and visitors. Mr. Oliver Carlos, he says, just saw a dealership listing a $17,500 2023 Bolt EUV with a 21,000 miles in central Pennsylvania. The market doesn't know what they're missing. Indeed. This nearly $150 million in EBCRAA grants will be used to repair around 4,500 existing publicly accessible EV charging points across the U.S. Well, thank you. Delicious. Milkshake. Top comment by Hydrogen last. Maybe e-fuels last. Glad to see the old broken stuff get attention. Once fixed, who is responsible for the future upgrade? Not the same people who let them fall into disrepair, I hope. Right, because we'll be right back when we started. Let's see. That deserves an update. What if the government took them over and just charged a minimal surcharge to keep them working? They contract the upkeep and they can keep the prices low. If private companies complain, tell them not to let their charges fall into disrepair and they have nothing to worry about. I like it. Do we call 1-800 White House to report any issues? Hopefully not. So this tells us more than we already knew about the NACS adapters. Tesla Charging says congrats to the Gigafactory New York team for ramping the NACS adapter production to 8,000 units per week. OEMs are also ramping suppliers. So this tells us two things. One, that Tesla is making these available, and that's why so many of those look the same. And two, there are third-party adapters being made for OEMs as well. We know that the Ford and Rivian look like this. So unless Tesla's subcontracted the other ones, then we're going to see something like A to Z or whoever. But if Tesla subbed out this work, then Nevada or Gig Nevada. Gig in New York is then working against the contractors to produce the same product. Interesting. But 8,000 per week, which means that the Ford delay should end soon, and I haven't been hearing any complaints on the Rivian side about getting their adapters, but maybe GM and Hyundai and the others will finally get theirs next. Because 8,000 units per week, that's substantial. That's awesome. Uh, Opening the Tesla Supercharger network is the biggest unforced error in the history of Tesla. Supercharger network was their moat. Tesla's losing marketplace. May as well profit off it still. That's great, and it's going to drive Tesla charging revenue even more. The Giga factory in New York. Oh! You got an extra letter in there, though. Does OEMs also ramping suppliers mean other non-Tesla NACS adapters will be approved soon? That was my question as well. There are other non-Tesla NACS adapters? Yes, there are, but officially? Do you mean other brands having the ability to plug and charge? No. Third-party adapters work with plug and charge, yes. They just aren't approved. And it's concerned with liability if something were to go wrong, yes. Just like CCS1 adapter, they're passive, nothing blah blah. True. That wasn't the question. Of all of them, Electron is probably the most trustworthy. Really, they were the ones who had the issue at first. A to Z seems the best built, better than the official Tesla too. And Electron had a recall. Yep, due to the latches not working due to tolerance issues. They fixed that pretty darn quick though. Yeah, they better. The trials being first to market. Seems like a pretty dang high rate of production just for Ford and Rivian. Yeah, it's the whole market having access. 6 months, they have all they need. GM will be sending out Electron adapter. Okay, so that's what I was wondering was who is not using the Tesla adapter. GM. And if there was a recall, that could have slowed them down even further. And that might be why, who was it, Nissan or whoever showed up next on the list. If they're using the Tesla adapter, then yeah, Tesla would put them higher than GM. Excuse me, especially if GM doesn't have all their adapters ready. I think that's what he's asking. Other brands are software limited right now and promised dates have slipped. Yes, that was what I took from it. Thought there might have been an answer on it. How about activating the ones already installed at the V4 superchargers? That is a good question. The magic docks at every V4 dispenser, they're not active. Is there any way to certify the adapters by third parties, such as A2Z EV? Maybe. Okay, moving on. Tesla owners complain about extended service waits of nearly 2 months, according to Sarati. This is true. I told you guys when I went earlier this month to get my motor diagnosed and found out it is indeed leaking coolant, which explains possibly why my coolant went low twice, if it's all being dumped in the rear motor. And my appointment is on September 11th. So, yeah. Even with a brand new service center, Tesla service in Charlotte is booked out 52 days now. That's insane. That's where I'm going. I'm going to the new service center in Charlotte. It actually had the closest service day than the regular Tesla Charlotte location, the one in Matthews. And where I was in Tesla, Georgia, Alpharetta, Savannah, they were looking at October before they could see me again. From what, August, end of July? So, some folks I talked to, some of the service centers saw more than 12% of the layoffs as Elon came back from focusing on Twitter. And so 12% overall headcount loss from service. Some of the shops saw as much as 40% headcount reduction in sales, not in sales, but in service department. So this will do that. This will do that. Tesla Semi spotted in Europe. This one from Electric is what? Oh. Tesla deletes the blog post stating that all cars will have self-driving hardware. I found this on my phone this morning, I think. They automatically delete all blogs after a certain date, you moron. Maybe? Elon covering his butt for I never said that. Nope. All old articles are inaccessible. They say they pulled one is misleading. Okay, so they have just started pulling their old articles after a certain date because they didn't used to do this. Kind of sus. And yes, so you can remove all old articles just to get rid of the one you want, so it doesn't look so bad. Let's see what's going on with this side. Let's see. Prior to yesterday, the website contained a backlog of blog posts reaching back to the beginning of the company. Entries like the secret Tesla Motors master plan, just between you and me, and the one I really like to use to explain the basics of EV efficiency, roadster efficiency and range. It's gone. Hopefully it's a Wayback link. Good, a Wayback link. Let's take it. Let's take a look. Let's Tesla neutered that as well. It's very easy to do. I will read that one later. It looks fun. Those articles are missing from the website as of now. They can be found through archive, but everything prior to 2019 seems to have been deleted from Tesla servers. It's a shame because a lot of the history of Tesla can be seen through those blog posts. While the data is still available, it's harder to get to when you have to look off-site. Perhaps the most interesting missing article is the one mentioned above. All Tesla cars being produced now have full self-driving hardware. So the response to Electric is kind of knee-jerk in both directions. And that's why I wanted to still look at it and see what the angle was, to see if the anger was justified or not. And so they could be right that yes, all the articles are pulled back. He says that in the article. But the insinuation of the headline could also be right that they did it to just pull back that one article. Statement was on the website till yesterday, giving Tesla's tacit approval to the concept that Tesla vehicles fall under the same promise. If you buy Tesla right now, it'll eventually be able to drive itself. It gets on to complaining about FSD. Top comment by Ward. I was reluctant to order a Cybertruck because early orders required purchase of FSD. All the approximately 25,000 Cybertrucks sold required the 10K upgrade. No surprise, Tesla Cybertruck software has not been released yet, 8+ months into production, and we still have no FSD or even hubcaps. Well, some people do. The thing is that 25,000 plus 10,000 equals $250 million. I'm surprised there isn't a class action lawsuit over the millions that Tesla has, millions of Teslas that have been sold with the promise of FSD. How about the 2014 Model S's that still don't have it yet because they have MCU 1? And yes, we saw that some of them are finally getting 12.3.6 from 2014 to this week. They have a lot more to complain about than any Cybertruck owner. I still love my Tesla, but I'm disappointed in the FSD lies. I don't know if they're lies. They definitely are super late. Politicians can lie, but I thought that when companies lie and make money off their lie, they get sued. This is true. This is true. All right, so 8 months. Yeah, there we go. I'm on my license 16 and paid for FSD. I didn't get the beta until earlier this year. 8 years, and it's still just a beta, not the actual level 5 that was advertised when I paid for it. I'd like to see Elon in Depot being questioned about that 2016 video where it said the driver's only there for legal reasons, the car is driving itself. In my opinion, that played a big part in convincing quite a few that FSD was, whatever it was called at the time, was literally just a year or two away. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I thought it was just a year or two away, but that video made it seem a lot closer than it is. That vehicle had uh, a working version of FSD, apparently, obviously, allegedly not, and then it also had Banish right in there. Park Seek, it did it. Uh, and with me looking at a Model X and then buying a Model X with the power front doors, Banish mode is awesome. You all just walk out of the car, wings go down, front doors close, and it goes to park itself. You don't even have to touch it; just walk out. Uh, I believe FSD on all current cars will remain supervised. Harbor 3 does not have the computing power for redundancy. Yeah, it doesn't have redundancy anymore. It did when it launched, but then they used that extra computer for other stuff. Sorry, this just came up. Tesla engineer explains Tesla charging power outlet charging quirk. So we'll look at that next. We'll go back to where we were. Oh, we were already there. So uh, let's continue on this one. Where were we? Oh, there. I had two copies of the article open. I have my doubts about Harbor 5, whatever it may be, running autonomous driving software where no driver supervision is needed. Um, if it's going to be in the robotaxi, then yes, Harbor 5 has to have what it needs. If AI 6 is in the robotaxi, then that'll do it. But then they could just skip 5 if, except that 6 would need to be scaled up, taped out, and produced. But 5 hasn't even started to be produced yet, so they could just skip that and wait. All right, so let's leave the wine fest and the roadster efficiency and go to whatever was talked about here. Tesla Cybertruck owner explains Cybertruck power outlet charging quirk. Tesla's lead engineer, so this is going to be Wes, explained the reason behind the interesting quirk after owners noticed they weren't able to use the bed power outlets during certain charging sessions. On Sunday, lead engineer Wes Morrell responded to users on X asking why the vehicle's truck bed outlets and onboard power couldn't be used during charging. That was that way from when it shipped, and he said they were going to change it. Had they not changed it yet? Uh, he and some users clarified this was only the case when not supercharging, such as when plugged in at a campsite, to which the engineer explained that it has to do with the architecture for the AC-DC power converter. During AC charging, the Cybertruck's AC to DC converter, which converts grid AC to DC to charge the battery, is the same equipment that's used for onboard power. He explained that. Oh, okay, so no, before it was supercharging. If you supercharged or any charge, then it would stop with power share. This makes more sense. If you can't AC charge, if you're AC charging, then it would make sense that you couldn't also use it to make more AC, at least above a certain level, like the my EcoFlow and this other battery right next to me, the Zendur. You can bring in AC, and you can run them up to 15 amps, and they just charge slower because they just pass it through. But if the Cybertruck isn't set up that way, then it makes some sense. Only the case when not supercharging, such as when at a campsite. He explained that it has to do with the architecture for the AC to DC converter. During AC charging, the AC to DC converter converts grid AC to DC to charge the battery, the same equipment used for onboard power. So it sounds like they don't have a pass through. He also said that it could be possible to use the converter for the onboard power and charging simultaneously, though it would take some development. So it can pass through, but it doesn't have the software at the moment. He explains further below, as shared on X. Wes, my guy, why is this, and is it something that can be enabled in the future? All right, let's go to X and see what's going on. All right, so the other Omar says, weird that you can't You use the Cybertruck power outlets when charging, kind of an annoying limitation. Yeah, if I'm plugged into a campsite, I can't use the onboard power. I can run the extension cable to the power pedestal, but that defeats the purpose, especially if you only have one plug. Why is this? And something can be enabled in the future. I see as just a pass-through power, but curious why it can't work while charging. So, no pass-through yet. Let's see. Same hardware used to generate the AC that you use for onboard power. There are several power stages in the AC to DC converter, so it may be possible to use one to charge at a limited rate while simultaneously providing grid generation at a limited rate. So not quite a pass through, just not using all of what they're getting in. That could work. But will require some fancy triaging from the controls, which takes time to develop. Okay. And then make another model that has a pass through circuit, and you support the old guys there with the software update. Just saying. When you supercharge, you're putting DC voltage directly into the battery, so it doesn't use the power converting hardware, which is why you can use the onboard power while supercharging, but couldn't do before. So they did get the update that he talked about, but that was only for supercharging. It'd be wonderful to be able to use the outlets while AC charging. I do think having limited functional AC power while slow charging is a worthwhile endeavor. Yeah, if you're going to be parked at a campsite for like 4 days, who cares if it doesn't charge overnight? Especially if you can still use the power. It'd be wonderful. The time this limitation is most problematic is when you have things like a plug-in cooler, Starlink lights, electronics, etc. In the vehicle while AC charging overnight at a campground or destination charge. Losing power when plugged in is a major bummer. Workaround I found is to use the power bank, using a power bank with USB-C input that can slow charge at 60 watts off the truck while AC charging, and continue to power the cooler overnight with the power bank. Also an option, but it does mean you're carrying around more lithium batteries. It works, but it's not an elegant solution. Would certainly appreciate if you guys could look into using a power stage to keep the cooler and electronics on while slow charging. I'd be okay with choosing power to pass through or charging and switching back and forth. Yeah, both of those would work. Because if you do have a buffer battery there, you can flip, 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 flip. Or if it's a cooler, you can let it get cold enough again to stay safe, switch back to the truck. It's on a cycle. And whatever cycle is built in might actually coincide with what the cooler was going to do anyway. Most refrigerators don't run flat out. Most. It would be possible to split the power at the charge board. The breaker is rated for 60 amps and 240 volts, and the Cybertruck draws 20 amps. Then there should be a conductor left for the bed to draw 30 amps. I don't think it works that way with the hardware that's installed. It wouldn't take a ton of complicated programming, but require different hardware. Then you've got some weird situations to accommodate for different AC charging input voltages. The truck can already handle that part. Remember, AC chargers can supply anywhere from 110 to 250 volts, including in the middle. Plug in a 190 volt AC charger, and that's not appropriate to pass through to either outlet in the bed. That part is right as well, because the bed wants 120. Although, no, 120 for the low voltage, and 240 for the high voltage. Interesting. So you're basically saying there are multiple converters in parallel. So if there were, let's say, two, you could have one charging the battery and half the power, and the other one providing AC power also at half power. Yeah, I don't know if the AC charger charges the battery at 400 volts times 2, or if it charges at 800 volts full whack. Is 48 volt available from the front power feed while AC charging? That's a good question. I would say so, because that's DC 48 volts. I want to keep a refrigerator cooler running while destination charging at hotels on road trips. The answer's got to be yes. The guy with the USB-C. I believe so. It's DC, so it shouldn't be affected by this. Because the charger's putting out DC, just like Wes just said. Is that possible if you know a TA update? Yeah, unless they determine that they can't do it, then it'll be a hardware change. All right, so this one needs to play about something else, something I've seen on other cars as well. If you're driving and it's pitch black to one side of the car, sometimes the car will complain that the side cameras are broken, but really you're just driving far from the city. Let's get back. AC outlets may be disabled in the following scenarios: very low ambient temperatures. An AC charging cable is connected to the Cybertruck even if the vehicle is not actively charging, so you have to go out and unplug it today. Or at least hit the stop charging button, depending on what they do with the software. High voltage battery does not have enough charge. That one makes sense. GFCI or overcurrent detection has been tripped. That makes sense too. The explanation comes also as Elon has encouraged Tesla executives and workers to use X. Okay. He regularly responds to customer inquiries on X, including last week when he helped get the Cybertruck emergency response guide on the Tesla website. Is there really a need for this? If you have an AC outlet to plug in your truck, you also have an AC outlet to plug in the other appliance. Maybe. Article also mentions campsites. This is probably in the context of RV hookups. Single outlet is available at the site, which is then used to charge the Cybertruck. They'd also need to bring a splitter to get the other stuff plugged in. Yep. A device you may want to have permanently fixed inside the truck that you want to run power to most of the time. It's probably not a large percentage of the use case, though. True. All right. Homestretch. This one on MSN for some reason. Oh, yeah, we talked about this already. NASA to keep Starliner crew in space until 2025, with SpaceX handling the return. Referral program is back. DSV orders 300 electric semi trucks from Volvo, with plans to buy 2,000 more. So we were just talking about options for electric semis. The Volvo is there. It's Euro friendly. It doesn't match the semi truck, the Tesla semi truck. Says more aerodynamic, but nothing obvious in the photo. Perhaps deflectors for the trailer, but those have been around for many decades. I wonder the range. Seems best for short trips, like hauling containers directly from port to the storage yard. And that's how most of the semi-competitors go. All right, we have a Sankey graph for what? Primary energy fallacy is quite old thinking from 20th century. Civilization moves from sitting around campfires, combustion power dominance, to electron-based solutions, which are more efficient. Thus, we better call it. Primary energy fallacy is the idea that all primary energy from fossil fuels must be replaced. Yeah, we were talking about that. I didn't know what it was called when I had that mind-blowing revelation there. That you don't got to replace it all. We broke 2 megawatt hours for the first time on electric era tech stations with a 99.8 uptime, LFNG. Not bad day at the office. Sunday spot, diesel powered Porsche single seater. Also updated this one because I said Jiading had no city wall left. I was wrong. There's still some. How much of it is original? I don't know though. What is that? The Great Wall of China? I don't know. Probably. Yeah. Shanghai. That's kind of cool. But back to what we were discussing. Electricity. But this is not necessarily because conversion losses do not need to be replaced. This is not necessarily because conversion losses do not need to be replaced. More than 2/3 of primary energy is lost as waste heat. So it's exactly like we talked about a couple of months ago. I first heard this person use this term, which captures the phenomenon nicely, I think. Yeah, so we don't have to replace the waste heat. We just need to replace the work, and where heat is the goal. So building heat, automobile heat, that sort of thing. Yeah, we need to replace that, but we don't need to replace the rejected heat, like that you've thrown away because you didn't need it because you're burning something to make your power. You don't need that part anymore. So let's look at his thinky graph here. Petroleum, coal, natural gas, bio-waste, geothermal, nuclear, hydro, solar, and wind. So they've all got their stuff. You got electric generation, transportation, industrial, residential. This part right here, the teal in the bottom right corner, we don't need to replace that portion. So I don't see a scale on this chart. So the 340,512 gigawatt hours, megajoules, I don't know. That does not need to be solved for, except if you do this e-fuels garbage. You will need the 1,300 and 1,033 and 659. You need to keep that because that's real work from electric, mechanical, whatever. That's the real work. So you're using 133,000. You're throwing away 340,000 as heat. We've got what we need. Jennifer says, I've seen this with cars. People assume the EV needs the energy of an ICE vehicle uses. A UK gallon has approximately 43 kilowatt hours of energy, or ours has 33 and change. Uh, our long trip in a MG5 did 4.7 kilowatt hours per mile. That's notionally a 200 mile per gallon trip. Same with heat pumps versus air conditioners, yes. Same goes for grid distribution, transmission losses when solar or wind batteries are sprinkled across the grid. That's another good point. With microgrids or just distributed generation and distributed storage, you won't lose as much to transmission, and you can manage it nicely. And then when you have an event where you need more power and all your batteries just push it to the whole grid, yeah, it's going to be less efficient than it would normally be serving, all right, this neighborhood, this shopping center, this factory, but you won't go down that part. Are you suggesting that greater than 2/3 of grid losses? Seriously? Yes. No, I could have worded that better. Uh, he's talking about transmission losses, and this loss is just period. We're listening. How would you phrase that better? I was trying to figure out what your tweet was trying to say. I figured it out. Actually, like the hydrogen Swiss Army knife, the phrase primary energy fallacy was coined by Spitfire Research. Opium. Antidote opium. Lifelong environmentalist. Thanks for flagging this. Paul Martin seems to have a knack for coining things as well. Curious how much energy services end up being converted to heat after they're basically. It's right there in the chart. For example, when an industrial diamond is made, some of the energy in any endothermic crystallizations, but a huge portion is lost to heat. Similarly, in a bus moving people up a hill, there's potential energy, but the rest is heat. Yes. Obviously, thermodynamics is king, but we eventually need to figure out a way to use that waste heat for good. Don't waste it. It's a mind-blowing diagram. Look at the losses from ice cars. The noise, the heat is just inefficient. I like that they put it rejected energy, so the noise is counted for in the rejected energy. Transportation. Wow. Look at how little of the transportation actually makes it in. That's less than the 1/3 of the rest of the system. That little red line next to that thick green line. Most gas in Australia is exported. Domestic use can be replaced by electricity. The biggest change is heating water and air. Gas water is 80% efficient, and heat pump COP 3 to 5. Let's take a look here. Transport, manufacturing, electricity, mining, households, other. And there's their Sankey graph for Australia. Electricity, other, mining, manufacturing, households, petroleum fields, exports, used in processing, coal stream. I don't see their losses. I only see their uses. He's missing a leg. Well, that was a cool little diversion. Next up, let's retweet that too, now that I've seen it. All right, last story of the day. The headline graphic. No, the Rivian factory didn't catch fire. This is what happened. Okay, so this is not the last story. I talked about this. Saw the video, but now there is an article. Let's look at them both. No, the Rivian factory didn't catch fire. This is what happened. A fire broke out at Normal, Illinois factory last night, but the factory itself was unharmed. Fire damaged a number of EVs at the factory parking lot. It spread to an as yet unidentified number of Rivian EVs. The vehicles were severely burned, as shown in the videos shared on the social media. They posted a video of the fire on Instagram. Its caption wrongly stated that the plant was on fire, and reposted by EV Guy Zach on Twitter. This is not good. This must have just happened. And yeah, so this video, it's clear in the video that the plant's not on fire. Rivian plant is on fire right now in Normal. It's not, just these output cars. All right, so I saw a crop of this video. This made it clearer than this. And yeah, you hear the crackling of cells and everything and the popping of metal, but it's just a handful of cars near the plant. Let me pause this. I missed a couple of your posts here. I'm sorry. This all edge car lunacy says folks were sharing articles recently with Tesla 50%. Just saw the dealership listing. Put him in front of Congress specifically for that video, and later claim FSD price would only go up. Yes, yeah. He needs to learn to watch what he says to the public. And I'm not saying censor him. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying there are standards, and if any of us did some of the stuff he did, we would all have massive consequences for it. And I don't just mean the little toke he did on Joe Rogan, although that would have cost me my job, even if I didn't inhale. And the more of these people that face consequences, the less they'll act like they own the world. The safety difference of fewer tanker semis on the road carrying fuels at gas stations. There's that. I like that as well. Lee Moon, good to see you. Hi, Kacey and friends. I recently watched a video about an old building that was converted to a hotel with renewable energy sources, solar and grid. An interesting thing was that they were using a heat pump to generate their heat for laundry dryers, which also cooled the laundry room. I thought that was awesome. Yes, I think I know the hotel you're talking about. I saw it a couple years ago, and then I saw it was back in the news, and I've got it open in one of my tabs to see what's fresh about it, because I thought the concept was awesome. They had like DC lighting, low voltage AC lighting, they had some battery stuff, and then I didn't even know about the heat pump. I've got a heat pump dryer at home. It's a washer dryer combo. Love it. So to see that at an industrial scale, it's got to be awesome. It's pretty cool. Thanks, Lee. And so yeah, the whole factory wasn't on fire, just a couple of them. Central Illinois channel WAND reported that Normal Fire Department spokesperson Matt Swaney said fire crews were called to Rivian's Normal plant just before 9:45 p.m. for a reported vehicle fire on the north side of the factory. Mr. Electric Lunacy says, Lee Moon! As of midnight Sunday, Swaney confirmed that the fire was out by midnight and that the fire's cause is under investigation. I really want to know what that was. Like I said earlier in the show, hopefully whatever it was, they figure it out and solve it, if it was inherent to the construction, or if it was external, like arson, or just maybe like a hot spot in the parking lot or something like that. Or maybe a meteor, who knows? You can't do anything about a meteor, but any of the other human factors, reasons why the car could have caught fire and then spread. Hopefully they are able to address that and make sure it doesn't happen again, or reduce the chance of it happening again. Beastfire, who stated that he works at Rivian, posted on the Rivian subreddit around 10 p.m. The plant is not on fire, just some vehicles waiting to be shipped out and fixed before shipping. So if one of the ones that was waiting to be fixed was not fixed well, that could have done it. Photos taken on the Rivian EV discussion Facebook page by Jack Hansen shows an aerial view of the plant, and the damaged EVs are boxed off. My rough estimate shows around 60-ish burned EVs. Ouch! I hope they had insurance for that. Oh, container boxed off. Wow. Wow. That's all I have to say about that. Wow. That's a lot of cars. And so it was probably one, maybe two vehicles, but I say probably one that started. And because they were all so close together, it was able to propagate. So the next thing they may do is either put fire breaks like this into the lot, or have some sort of spacing requirements. We've seen that at other places that have lots of EVs. Like, hey, you can't park too many of them together. And there's their railhead right there. See the automobile cars right there. I hope they had good insurance for that. Let's check out the comments. The Moon says you're welcome and thanks for the chat. Danny says they catch fire less frequently than gas cars. This is true. Data not adjusted for age, off-road use, towing, whatever. Yeah, they still do. I don't care what you guys say about that. Oh, well, what about old EVs? Old EVs catch less fire than old gas cars. There's just less to go wrong. Although, if it's going to be a 12-volt fire, you're just as likely, I guess. Except that your 12-volt isn't rattling around in there for 12 years. It's just kind of sitting there and bouncing with the suspension rather than getting shook. I'm glad nobody got injured. I guess we'll see what caused the fire in the coming days. Correct. And I will be probably next week. So Sunday, if we have more, we'll talk about it again next week. All right, so here is what got us into it. And I guess I could have used their picture, but I just used AI to make a picture. And the Hotel Marcel, that's the one. The EPCA plans to convert 50 to 70 mining trucks to electric power annually. So we're talking about repowering, because you need to repower a diesel engine after so many thousands of hours of operation just to keep it operating at full power, operating within the emissions requirements, to keep it doing the job it was built to do. And when you do that, you might as well convert it to electric. Located in Perth, Western Australia, EPCA becomes the first famous for its green machine, a Cat 777 100-ton haul truck that it converted to electric power. Now the company says it has plans to produce 50 to 70 more of the battery electric mining trucks each year. And that's not bad, because, like I said, repowering means we're recycling. That's nice. Acronym stands for Electric Power Conversion Australia, and they're commissioned by one of the company's key suppliers, says that it plans to produce 50 to 70 of the trucks per year. There might be demand too. Switching from the Cat diesel to battery electric power boosts the truck's haul power from 1,000 horsepower to 1120 horsepower. So just slightly more than a Model S Plaid. Slightly more, because that one's 1020. So you got the diesel truck, the Plaid, the electric truck. And bumps torque from 4,700 newton meters, or 3,400 foot-pounds, to 5,200 newton meters, good gracious, or 3,835 foot-pounds. And that torque increase comes at 0 RPM, where you need it most, rather than having to rev up first. The electrons powering these motors are provided courtesy of 6 290 kilowatt-hour Zeotech batteries running in parallel, and the combined battery pack is good for some 1740 kilowatts, so 1.7 megawatt hours of energy storage, which makes it one of the biggest vehicle batteries we've ever heard of, outside of like a train. For their part, the EPCA team, they should come up with something you can say. They seem pretty proud of their new truck. Clayton Franklin, chief engineer and founder, says, we've got the world's highest energy density, full battery electric mining truck. And our mining clients here in Australia are ecstatic that this truck is being built and manufactured right here in Western Australia. With 5,500 mining trucks currently operating in Australia and more than 55,000 operating globally, finding buyers for 50 to 70 trucks per year seems pretty doable. The only question now is whether EPCA or Zerotech can get them built. Hopefully so, because they will have competition from the original manufacturers. They can build batteries instead of diesel just as well. But most of them do not offer retrofit repowers. So there will still be a room for this. A lot of them will do repowers of the same, but because there's big money in that. But most of them won't repower into something else. Like, you can buy a new one. You can buy a used one from these guys. So that is pretty darn cool. Let's see what we've got here. Mines tend to be hard to reach places. Basically, people live close to where things are nice. Blah 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 blah. So that sounds like somebody has a naysay on it, just like we saw with the other trucks. So with that, I want to thank all of you for your time today. It's another longer show. I want to thank all of our channel members and sponsors, channel members, patrons, I should say, really, and Mr. All Electric Car Lunacy, our newest member. I have yet to find where I put the file on my computer. I was working on something else this week and ran out of time, but I will get you before the next one, and you'll be on the banners on the bumpers at the end of the show. And for the HV Nomads project, I didn't catch good weather and good attitude on a camera person at the same time to do that initial video. Maybe this week. Let's see. We're looking at Mr. All Electric Lunacy says, hopefully legacy brands get into EV repowers for their sake. Looks to be doable than brands doing it. Thanks again, Kacey. And on the repowering, there is ABB bus. I think. No, not them. Bus repower. I know what it is. Lightning got bought. They don't exist anymore. My stock went negative. I've stopped paying attention to them, and they went to a penny stock. Not Lightning. Whoever they are, they make a double-decker bus. I want to say it's Van Hool. It might be Van Hool. Let's do electric bus repower. Da, da, da. Not school buses. There's SB. Electric school. Let's do coach. One sustainable bus. Equip make. Well, either way, one of the bus companies, I think it's American Bus Conversions. Let's try them. American Bus Sales. Nope. Either way, one of the main partners for one of the main, I don't know if it's MCI or Van Hool, their partner makes repowers of buses. Coaches, electric series. Yeah, ABB. So it is MCI's partner that does the repowerings, not just the new bus sales. So that's pretty cool. And yeah, so more of them need to get into this because obviously they are doing enough that they can maintain a business on it. And again, thank you all, and I'll catch you on the flip side. We'll talk next week, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for a Tesla Life Express. and on Wednesday for the Tesla Life Live. And the chat is moving. Oh, there it goes. That'll be cool. Need to get all of those old bluebirds across the country converted. Yes. For the school buses, that won't work because they have to retire them legally by like 12 years. But I guess if they were to do it as a recertification or an inspection or something, that'd be one way to do it without having to throw away those old buses, assuming they meet the safety requirements. Might have missed it on the show. Oakland, yes, we talked about the 100% EV buses. And like I said, I'll get you on the bumpers as soon as I finish this lunch and I find out where I stored that file. It's back here somewhere. I just gotta find one version of it and I can edit that. That's right. See y'all next time. Thank you very much.